I asked my girlfriend's best friend on vacation with me when my girlfriend cancelled. My girlfriend and I have been together for 3 years now. She has a best friend who is always around, and we have become best friends over that time. My girlfriend and I had planned a vacation in August. It's a month-long trip and something that we've been planning for years. We both get very good vacation time, so it wasn't a problem, but something came up with her work and now she cannot go. My girlfriend's best friend is between work right now, and I know that she's always wanted to go on a similar trip. I asked her to go, and she said she would love to. She needs cheering up as she's been very down about her job loss and job hunt. I hadn't mentioned the plan to my girlfriend beforehand, and when she found out, she was pissed. She doesn't want me to go on the trip with her best friend. She thought that I would take one of my best friends or my brothers, but most of them are working and wouldn't have been able to go even if I asked. She says she can't support the two of us taking her dream vacation without her, and it's weird that the two of us are planning to vacation alone together. She's barely speaking to me now. I know that it was hard for my girlfriend to miss this, but it wasn't my fault, and I needed someone else to go with. I know I should have discussed it with her beforehand, but I was so upset about trying to find someone to go with, I didn't want to waste any time asking her friend. In the comments, Chirpy Derp says, "This is very weird. You fucked up big time, buddy. This is wholly something that you should have discussed with her ahead of time. How would you feel if she were going on a month-long trip with another dude? I get that you're friends with her friend. However, there are certain standards and boundaries one must abide by. You just totally overlooked that." OP says, "I know I should have discussed it with her. I was excited when her best friend started saying how she wanted to do that trip too, so I asked her. And I thought because it was her best friend, she would be okay with it. When told to scrap the trip, OP says, it's 4 weeks of vacation time that I already got off. I would rather go alone than scrap it altogether. I'll talk to her again about it." When told not to bring the friend, OP says, "I feel bad uninviting her now, and I would prefer to go with someone. Maybe she'll back out, since I'm sure my girlfriend already talked to her, or will talk to her. She's already struggling right now because she's unemployed. I feel bad for getting her hopes up." Someone else says, "So, you asked the friend before asking your girlfriend if this would be okay. Life pro tip: don't make big decisions without consulting your partner, and don't take other women on romantic holidays, however platonic your friendship with them may be. Moving forward, nope, I got nothing. Let's hope the friend is into you because you've probably lost your girlfriend here." OP says, "I thought it would be okay because it was her best friend." No. She's still female. How would you feel if your girlfriend went on this trip alone with one of your best friends? You would feel doubly betrayed. You also not only did not ask her how she would feel about it before you invited the friend, you then didn't even tell her after the fact. So of course she thinks that there's something shady going on. I'm surprised she hasn't dumped you. This is incredibly inconsiderate. A month alone with another woman on a dream vacation. Let that sentence really sink in. She may be a friend of yours, and she may be your partner's best friend, but a month is a long time to run off with someone. Also, I know that maybe you don't plan on anything happening, but she needs cheering up and always wanted a trip like this just screams hot sex to me. This is going to be a bonding experience. Most would be uncomfortable with it. I don't care how certain you are that this would be platonic and innocuous, this is just a little too much right here. The fact you didn't check with your girlfriend before asking might look suspect to her. And back up to the post, OP adds an edit. "I will be meeting with the best friend tonight to apologize for everything, but that it isn't appropriate for her to come and I'll be going alone. I'll let you all know how it goes." I don't see how the relationship isn't over after this because that is such a monumental fuck up to make on his part. If I were in her shoes, I would break up with him because I'm like, that's just a recipe for hot sex with my best friend. Do you not get the implication? You also hid this from me, so it makes it even more likely that that is going to happen because I don't trust anything you say now if you would go behind my back and I had to catch you out on this. Crazy energy from OP to think that this was an acceptable thing to do, but hey, good luck to him, I say. And now, onto the update. I met with my girlfriend's best friend. I told her that the trip made my girlfriend uncomfortable, and I could understand why. I said that it would be better if I went alone, and I apologized for inviting her and disappointing her. She got really upset and started going off about how she screwed up her friendships with my girlfriend and me like she screws up everything. How she's terrible at her job, and that's why she was fired. How she's going nowhere in life, how she will end up alone. She told me that sometimes it's hard to speak to my girlfriend since she's always so positive and nice about everything, but she also has a very good life, good job, nice boyfriend, and she was jealous of that. She admitted that she was looking forward to this trip as a recharge for her, but agreed not to come. She said that I was a good boyfriend and hoped she could find someone like me soon. I disagree with this completely, but oh well. We talked for a while, and I just got back. In the comments, dear God, no, 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 no. You blamed your girlfriend's feelings instead of admitting that it was simply inappropriate and you should have never asked? You have probably irreparably damaged your girlfriend's friendship with her best friend. Congratulations. P.S. It's also obvious from this girl's response how incredibly inappropriate this trip would have been. From her reaction, there is a 90% chance that she would have made a move on you during the holiday. You used your girlfriend as the scapegoat? That was unfair and cowardly. How do you care so much about the friend's feelings? I'm not saying be horrible to her, but your girlfriend is the priority. The fact that going on the trip with anyone, rather than going alone, makes your girlfriend sound disposable. Wasn't it supposed to be something special for the two of you? I also agree with the other comments regarding the appropriateness of the friend accepting. My best friend is male. We've been friends for 7 years. I've been in relationships and have been single during our friendship. At no point would I ever go on holiday alone with him. He would never ask either. Not because something would happen, it wouldn't. However, it would feel disrespectful to his partner and mine, and frankly, I would find it a little weird. Holidays are usually quite romantic, and he's like my brother. I'll just make it clear, she became my good friend too. They are now the parents of my goddaughters. This isn't about lack of trust, it's about respecting boundaries. It doesn't really seem like you understand why what you did hurt your girlfriend. It seems like you were just agreeing to follow the majority. This OP is impressively stupid. I wish I could be as good at anything as OP is at putting his foot in his mouth. Or they know what they were doing and are just playing dumb. Exactly. They both knew what they were doing, and it's kind of laughable to me to take OP at face value here. I thought it was okay because it's her best friend, like, be so for real. She said I was a good boyfriend and hoped she could find someone like me soon. Yeah, that wasn't an innocent comment, my guy. Especially not after everything else she said. Exactly. I'm sure it's not the first time she's put him on a pedestal and he likes the attention. Am I the asshole here for going nuclear on my aunt at my own wedding after her son harassed my sister-in-law? So my wedding was 2 weeks ago, and I feel like I'm living in the wreckage of a bomb that I set off myself. I'm so lost, and I need to know if I'm the monster that my family is making me out to be. I, 28 female, just married the love of my life, 30 male. His family is Arab Muslim, and they are, without exaggeration, the best people I have ever known. I'm an only child, and my own family is really complicated. And my husband's family welcomed me with open arms from day one. So for the first time, I felt like I had a real supportive family unit. I'm basically an only child. My half-brother from my dad's side is much older, and he currently lives in Japan, and even though we don't talk much, he still called me to congratulate me. As for my parents, they weren't even supportive of my marriage until I told them that I would cut them off if they kept pushing. So yeah, I already knew going in that I couldn't count on them for anything but drama. The wedding itself was perfect. For a while. Everyone was happy, even my parents were smiling at some point. And then there's my cousin Mark, 35 male. My aunt begged me to invite him, and honestly, and yes, I regret this, I couldn't really say no because I didn't want any drama. Mark is a walking disaster. He is a womanizer, has 3 children with 3 different women that he abandoned, and his own father is the one sending them money. He's just a user. But for my aunt, the sun shines out of his ass. So the night is winding down when I hear a scream. Not a happy one. I turn and see my youngest sister-in-law, Layla, 19 female, backed against a wall. My cousin Mark is standing in front of her, and he is dripping wet. She's the one who screamed, and she's holding an empty water glass. So when I rushed over, Layla was visibly trembling. My other sister-in-law told me what happened. Mark had cornered her, telling her she was too pretty to be hiding under that thing, her hijab, and that she was wasting her perfect face. Then, the part that made me even angrier, he apparently reached out and tried to tug it off her head to see her beautiful hair. For some backstory, my sister-in-law had a traumatic accident years ago, and ever since then, she's been uncomfortable around men. Even hugging her own dad and brothers took years of patience and trust. So for her to be cornered at my wedding by my cousin, telling her to take off her hijab, saying she was too pretty to be covering her hair, and pushing her like that, she was literally shaking. My older sister-in-law, who was a force of nature, was already there and getting in his face. It was about to get physical. My father-in-law calmly stepped between them, looked at Mark, and said quietly, but with absolute finality, "It's time for you to leave my son's wedding." I thought that would be the end of it, and was ready to console Layla, but then my aunt, Mark's mother, stormed over, saying, "You can't kick him out. He was just joking with her. She's being too sensitive." First it was, he was complimenting her, and then it became, oh, he was just joking. Before I could even speak, my own mother pipes up and says, "I'm sorry, but she's right. This is a huge overreaction. Mark didn't mean any harm, that's just how he is." Seeing Layla still shaking and looking so scared, and hearing my own mother defend this creep who had just assaulted my new sister, a switch flipped inside me, and I just snapped. I looked straight at my aunt and said, "No, he needs to leave now." She started up again. "OP, you are not going to disrespect your family like this." And I just let her have it. My family? You don't get to lecture me about family. This is actually why your own is broken. The blind worship of your useless good-for-nothing son is the reason you have one child who ruins every event he attends, and another one who hasn't spoken to you in 5 years, and you dare wonder why your own daughter went no contact? It's because of this. Because you will always choose him over the people that he hurts. So yes, he is leaving, and you can leave with him if you want. The entire area went dead silent, and then my aunt started crying and stormed out with my cousin and my parents trailing behind after they gave me one of their classic, "You're a disappointment" looks. My phone has been a nightmare since. Texts from my parents calling me cruel, vicious, and saying that I used a family tragedy, my other cousin leaving, as a weapon. Telling me about how my aunt has just been sending them messages about how I broke her heart. My husband has been supportive. He kept telling me that I was just defending Layla and that my family showed their true colors. But I can't get rid of these moments of guilt. Mark was 100% in the wrong. I've already cut him off. I don't want him anywhere near me or my husband's family again, but the part that I keep thinking about is what I said to my aunt. I don't regret defending my sister-in-law, as she was scared out of her mind, and I will always pick her over him, but maybe I went too far bringing up her daughter leaving. I know that's a sore spot, and I basically twisted the knife. I feel like I dropped a nuke to win a fistfight, and now my entire family is radioactive. Am I the asshole here? In the comments, Monkey Police says, "Not the asshole. It sounds like you said something that was way overdue, and honestly, your family got off easy. Your cousin physically assaulted your sister-in-law. Don't look back. You did the right thing. You have a new, truly loving family now. Your old family made their choice. Leave them in the dirt where they belong. Also, the aunt needs to know that the cops could have been called for assault. Just kicking him out was letting him off easy. She should have shut up. And your poor sister-in-law, to be assaulted at her new sister's wedding. Cut them off. All of them. They could have destroyed your marriage before it even got started. It sounds like you married into a good family. Step away from the bad. None of this is even forgivable. Just because Mark is always like this, or that's just the way that he is, does not mean anyone needs to accept that behavior. For shame on two women allowing that. You were not the asshole, and you should feel proud that you stood your ground and had him removed. Whether or not Layla has previous trauma is beside the point. Backing a woman into a wall is never okay, and trying to take off her hijab is absolutely insane. Someone needs to put that guy in his place. OP says, exactly. And she looked genuinely so stressed and upset, which is why I lost it immediately. I promise you that she will remember that you protected her. She'll never forget that, and your aunt needed and deserved to hear every bit of what you said to her. It sounds like the rest of your family did as well, since they're supporting your aunt. I think you were completely justified in going nuclear on your aunt. I don't know how anyone could see what he's doing and be like, you know what, that's actually kind of chill though. Unless those people condone his actions and they themselves have no problem with what he's done, which, in that case, why would you ever associate with them? Then there is no reason for them to have attacked you for kicking them out of the wedding. I'm surprised they even got an invitation in the first place, knowing that he has a history of this. That's not to shade you guys at all, and I understand that you had your reasons for them coming, but if he's always been like this and he does shit like this, he is just such a risk that I don't even know how he got an invitation. Sure, the others could, but he's a creep. He has no self-control. He cannot be trusted around people. Why would he get an invitation? I genuinely hope that you cut them off for good after this, OP. Not the asshole here at all. And now, on to the update. So, I'm trying to write this without getting emotional, but I'm failing. I've just been sitting here with tears in my eyes watching this post blow up. It might sound small, but seeing this level of support, even from strangers on the internet, has genuinely helped me see this whole situation with so much more clarity. Thank you. I'm not even exaggerating when I say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Y'all are wonderful. For those who thought that it was fake, honestly, I get it, but all I can say is that this is my life. I know it's obvious I'm not the jerk for defending Layla. She deserves the world, and I would do it again in a heartbeat, no regrets. I just wanted to ask for advice because when you grow up in a certain way, it's hard to trust your own judgment. My parents are masters of making you feel like you are the crazy one. Their family motto might as well have been, if we think it's good, then it is. If we think it's bad, then it is. The lines between right and wrong were always blurred for me, and unlearning that has been a lifelong project. Meeting my now husband has been the turning point. He is so kind, respectful, and supportive, and he showed me what a healthy family dynamic actually looks like. And I really can't wait for a future full of him and our shared happiness. Now for the important part. Layla is doing better. I called her a few hours after the post, and she immediately started apologizing and saying she felt bad for ruining the night. I immediately shut that down and told her what had happened was 100% Mark's fault. His behavior was awful, and she did nothing wrong. I actually apologized to her for him even being there and for him putting her through that at my wedding. We talked for a while, and she told me that she's been seeing a therapist for a while now to work through her trauma, which I think is just incredible of her. Honestly, she is so strong and amazing. While I got some truly vile DMs, the overwhelming majority have been incredible. I want to especially thank the hijabi and Arab women who messaged me. Hearing your stories and how you felt for Layla and understood her experience just made me tear up. It's painful, but the support that I saw gave me so much hope for a world where girls everywhere can just exist without being harassed. It's a beautiful contrast to the one guy who DM'd me to save me and Layla from my supposedly oppressive in-laws because according to the natural law, Muslims just get more conservative after marriage. His message was just a sad reminder that some people will use any tragedy, like the suffering of women in Iran, to fuel their own racism while pretending to be a hero. Just to be clear, I've known my husband for 8 years. I've traveled to his home country with him multiple times and met his huge extended family. Some of his female cousins wear the hijab, some don't. They are all devout, happy, and would have a good laugh at the idea that they're being secretly tortured by evil Muslim men. I absolutely hate it when people weaponize the very real and horrific struggle of others to push their own bigoted worldview. Please don't make assumptions or project weird racist fantasies onto my family and my sister's lived experience. And that brings me to one last thing that I really want to make clear. I've been on this earth for 28 years, and I've met every kind of person imaginable. Bad people are just bad, and good people are good. It has nothing to do with their faith, their race, or where they come from. I would hate for my post to become a platform for any kind of bigotry. The focus here is on my parents/aunt enabling a harasser and a young woman's trauma being dismissed, not on inventing weird scenarios about a family I see, love, and laugh with regularly. As for my parents, I took your advice. I sent a final, very short message and blocked them. The only response was a predictable email from my dad saying that he'd be ready to listen when I was ready to apologize. Yeah, he'll be waiting a long time. Thank you all again. You've given me a sense of peace and validation I didn't even know that I was looking for. I really, really appreciate it. In the comments, Classic Cauliflower says, "Good for you for standing up for her over and over. She should never feel that she has to apologize for defending herself when cornered and threatened. As for your aunt, reality is painful sometimes. If she didn't want to get slapped in the face with the truth, maybe she should have addressed it before it became an issue. And dude, your parents suck. I'm sure they're out there saying that they don't know why you're not speaking to them. Be prepared for when they attempt to reach out and extend forgiveness, because you know eventually they will want something. People will always project their own bias. Just ignore that. I'm glad that you've got a good partner and sister is healing. I hope you got better. You deserve a round of applause for that shiny new spine that you have acquired. Look at you standing up to your family for your new family. And then you came here and stood up to anonymous online troll bullies. Good for you. Now get out there and live in peace and joy with your family built on love and trust. This internet stranger is proud of you and happy for you choosing the better path. As a myop, I never had a doubt in my mind that this is where the story would end. It's always hard having random internet strangers talk shit to you and harass you like they did in this situation. But you know better than to feed them, because all they want is attention. Their words have no actual consequences in your own life, and it's better to just ignore and block them. So thank you for doing the right thing by yourself and by your family, OP. I hope that your blood family stays far away from you as you start this new chapter of your life, and you know that you'll be much better off without them in your life, because they don't want what's good for you and they've never wanted that. So thank you for the story, and I'd love to know what you guys think of this one down in the comments below. Let me know. Our next post is by user ActiveTop53, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for purposefully missing meeting my sister's biological family? I'm 22 male, and my sister is 28 female. So for context, my sister was adopted. Parents thought that they couldn't conceive, and then I was born. But my parents loved us both, and whatever. Anyway, a few months ago, my sister started meeting with her biological mum after tracking her down. I was there to meet with them for the first meeting and everything. My parents have been supportive, and I've been supportive as well, but that first meeting, her biological mum brought her 2 daughters. They look a lot like my sister, and the older kid is 21, around my age. She hugged my sister, and they cried and everything. They look alike, and after talking, they were able to point out similar behavioral characteristics, etc. I'm nothing like my sister. We have different interests, etc., but we've been close. But when I was a kid, I used to annoy her a lot, and to be honest, I've done some messed up stuff to her. When I was 12, I pulled her earring and tore her earlobe. I didn't want to hurt her like that, but I did want to mess with her. I used to force myself into any outings with her friends. I used to annoy her. I made fun of her a few times when she got bad grades in math, and she made fun of my English grades as well. I suck at writing. There's more messed up stuff that we did to each other. Arguably I was worse though, lol. But I could go on and on. When I was around 14 to 15, we got chill and have been chill since. Also, I like video games, the gym, and the gun range. That's all I do. She likes outdoors and super social activities. Her biological sisters seem to be more in tune with her interests. I kind of feel like I've been a shit brother and felt like an imposter. I've sat out 3 other meetings that they had with them, claiming that I couldn't come. I was busy with work, etc. I don't know how to talk about this with her because I have a super ironic relationship with her. She keeps it real with me, but I've never spoken non-sarcastic to her. Even when she said that she would contact her biological family, I said, "Good. Hope they take you off our hands." And we both laughed it off. Recently, she's begun to suspect something, I think. She asked me if I don't like them or something, or why I keep avoiding my family as a whole. I haven't been home in a few months either. I lied to her and said that I'm actually busy. My mum keeps asking me about it too, and tells me that it's important to support her. I do support her, but it's like, I feel like she's better off with them. They never annoyed her growing up and stuff, and I know that it's a bit illogical, but I thought that I was doing the right thing since I don't want her meeting them to be about me. I really don't get along with my dad, and my mum never intervenes when I argue with them. My sister has always stood up for me against him. She's the only one who gets me, so I don't want to lie to her, but I don't want to make this moment about me either. I thought that I was doing the right thing. Anyways, sorry if this is messily written. I don't like thinking or talking about, deep shit much. In the comments, Confused Friend says, "No assholes here, honestly. I would send this post to your sister. It sounds like you're struggling to tell her that you regret how you treated her growing up, and you appreciate her as a sister. You wrote it really well here. Send this or something similar to her to help open up the conversation." I second this. This is actually a really sweet post. OP, you obviously love your sister, and she obviously loves you and wants to involve you in this new part of her life. Her biological sisters didn't annoy her growing up, but they also didn't grow up with her. You two have thousands of memories together, inside jokes, special moments. Don't sell yourself short. It sounds like you were the typical annoying younger sibling, and you couldn't have been that annoying because she stayed close to you, and you've grown out of the little sibling tricks. I wish I could reach through the screen and smack you into talking with your sister. She wouldn't invite you to go with her if she didn't want you there with her. If, after everything you two have done to each other, which sounds like typical sibling shit to me, then she still wants a relationship with you despite all of it. If you feel bad for treating her poorly as a kid as well for the comments about taking her back, you need to talk to her. Just because you've never talked to her without sarcasm before doesn't mean that you're not allowed to start being open and honest with her now. If you find it too hard to say to her face, write her a letter. And for the next trip out to see your family, go give her the letter and just ask her to read it when she has some time to herself. Mycelium Dreamer says, "You're the asshole. You're overthinking the whole thing because it sounds like you're self-conscious about being in a situation that has a high chance of being socially awkward. It sounds like you have a pretty normal relationship with your sister. Siblings are always pretty shitty to each other as kids. You're not making it about you if she's asked you to be there, but you are making it about you by not being there when she needs you." Unlike that commenter, I don't think you're the asshole, and I don't think you're making it about you. I think you're just young and inexperienced in things like this, and because of that, you don't know how to navigate proper communication in situations like this, and I'm gonna guess you have anxiety around directly communicating your feelings with her because It feels a bit too much, Oh, I'm scared to do that. I think we can all relate in some form or another to how and why you're feeling the way that you're feeling. But when it comes to big decisions like this, I always use that notion that a lot of people do of, if I'm on my deathbed and I look back at my life and the life that I lived, what would I regret not doing? I think we will regret the things we didn't do more than the things we did do. Because with the things we did do, we know the outcome of that, but the things we didn't do, that outcome could be anything. The potential of the things we could have done are endless, and I think there is a very good chance that if you are to speak your mind to her and communicating all of your fears and doubts and worries with your sister, you will live to not regret doing that. I very highly doubt it, OP. I think she's making it more than obvious that she wants you to be more of a part of her life, especially with her new biological family that she is just meeting. I think you'd regret not being a part of that. And now, on to the update. I followed everyone's advice and thought about sending her a text/letter, but my dad unfortunately fractured his leg, and I had to stop by home to see him on Thursday. We don't have a speaking relationship, but my mum makes me still be a good son, and he lashes out at my mum if I don't play the part. My sister was there, since my dad and I don't talk to each other face to face, and only talk through her or my mum. Afterwards, my dad sat on the couch to watch TV, and I had some dinner with my sister. She just said that it's been a long time since we've seen each other, and asked if everything was okay, and why I've been avoiding her. I don't know why it happened or what happened, but for some reason I started crying and just kinda told her everything. It all just spilled out. Not just that, but other issues that I've been having in life in general as well. Little embarrassing, to be honest. I just haven't seen her since January. She started crying too, and assured me that I'll always be family, and my mum cried too. My dad got pissed off and made a comment about how men don't cry, and that my mum and sister are spoiling me by letting me cry. Same shit he normally did growing up. This time, my mum joined my sister, and they both yelled at him. Told him to fuck off, essentially. He got angry and picked up his crutches and hopped, to the neighbor's house, who was his friend. I don't know why, but that helped a lot. I took off from work, and my sister did too, and we spent all of Friday just chilling. She wanted me to come to her bio mum's husband's birthday party on Saturday, if I was cool with it. I was, and I went there, and I met them again. Cool coincidence. Her bio mum's husband's sister was my professor back in college. I TA'd for her, and she was my mentor, so I spent most of my time there catching up with her and taking grad school and career advice from her. And she said that she knew someone at my dream company that I want to work for, and told me to contact her again when I graduate, since I already know her, and we are, confusingly, family now. My sister was glad I had a good time, and my mum did too. Dad sat it out since he was injured. When I had to leave to come back, my sister cried again and made a huge scene. She made me promise to never ignore my family like that again. I'm home now, and I think I'll continue stopping by home once every 2 weeks or so like I did before everything. Yeah, not a huge update or anything, but it's cool. I told my sister that I would show up to her meetings with them sometimes, but not every time because it's still awkward for me. And she said she's okay with that, and that she just wanted them and me to know about each other a bit. So yeah, it's kind of all chill now. All it took was me crying like a child and being sappy. I'm never living that down. In the comments, table number 8832 says, "I'm glad to hear that it's a happy update. All the best for your future career and with your family. As for your dad, he can kick rocks. With an injured leg? Well, especially with his injured leg. Not a huge update, OP? This is great, my guy. You opened up to your sister and had a heartfelt conversation. Great job. I would be afraid to lose such a gem of a sister as well, even if the fear is baseless. I'm glad everything turned out so well. Give your sister a big hug. Wish you all the best, and your family. Well, not your father. What a great update. And the messed up stuff, is you being brother and sister. Normal growing up. Yes, the bio-mum's kids have a biological link and look alike. You have years of shared history as kids. Her family expanded to include more people, not to lose you. I don't know why, but the dad gives off a vibe of, I had to pay for my college degree, so we should never let young people have free college. Like, it infuriates me. Anyway, I'm so happy for you. If you cried, it was because a lot of emotions were stuck inside. Even in your last post, saying that you only talk sarcastically is proof of not letting anything out. Being vulnerable, especially with your family, isn't a vulnerability. Try to be a bit more genuine from now on. You'll be free of an immense weight and be happier in general. Talking from experience. And OP says, nah, credit where credit's due. He offered to pay for my college, but I dropped out of pre-med and switched to something else, and that's what ticked him off. I realized it wasn't for me. I ended up not doing pre-med or engineering, the good degrees, quote-unquote. I ended up doing a data-related thing, and he didn't like that. That's kind of why me and him don't talk anymore, because he thinks I betrayed him by baiting him into thinking I was going to be a doctor and then switching up on him. He's a religious man and swore to God he wouldn't talk to me ever again unless I was in med school, so it's not happening ever. Lol. That's a bit weird. I would hope that part of being a parent is supporting your kids no matter what, at least when it comes to their future in education and like what job they decide to work. I don't understand why people have such odd restrictions on their kids being like, no, from the time you were born, I decided that you were going to be a doctor and a doctor you will be. Sounds like OP's dad has a lot more problems under the hood and a severe lack of empathy with all the bullshit that he was spewing out of his mouth there. And I think it's honestly for the best if OP just slowly goes very low contact with him over time, because I can't imagine OP's mental health is going to get any better having repeated exposure to this man. And to me it seems like that man is also a very big part of the reason as to why OP was so shut off, not able to communicate with his sister, and why the first post happened in the first place. That's of course an assumption on my part, but I would bet that I'm not too far off. I think whatever baggage this man has put onto OP has come out in OP being as avoidant as he was, and that culminated in a huge disconnect with him and his sister. That to me makes a lot of sense. Anyway, thanks for the story, OP. Appreciate you coming back for the update, and I'd love to know what everyone else has to think of this one. Let me know in the comments down below. Would I be the asshole if I broke things off with a guy because he wouldn't drive me home? I'll keep things simple. I, 21 female, have been going out with a guy, 23 male, for 2 months or so. We've been on maybe 4 or 5 dates. He lives in the town over from me. I live in a college town that relies mostly on bikes and buses for transportation. Most students don't have cars, including me. We made plans on Tuesday to go to this bar with mini golf in his town. He said we could meet at 7, but that he couldn't pick me up as he got off work at 6. His town is about a 30-minute drive from mine, and that was fine, and I made arrangements to take the bus. Note that I've never been to this part of his town before. Anyways, I take 2 buses and get there at around 7:15, and we have fun. I drink a bit, and he doesn't drink. I feel like this is important to mention since I assumed he wasn't drinking, since he would be driving me back home. At around 11, we decide to wrap things up, and he says goodnight and that we'll plan something later. I, confused, asked if he was driving me home. He said no, that he was too tired to after a 6-hour shift. Now I'm panicking a little, since he won't drive me and the buses don't go that late between our towns. I tell him that the buses aren't running anymore, and he sort of just shrugs it off. I asked him why didn't he drink then, and he just said that he wasn't feeling it and had work tomorrow. The only option I had left was an Uber, so I tell him that I'll take an Uber. The issue with the Uber is that the price was quite high, and I don't have that much money anyways. He says okay, and leaves after saying goodnight, which I felt was another red flag. We were in a public plaza kind of area, and I felt quite unsafe sitting there all alone at close to midnight. I wish he would have stayed until the Uber at least arrived, but luckily the rest of the night passed without incident, except for me being like $50 poorer from the Uber. I've been thinking about it, and I just felt very uncared for. Refusing to drop me off and not really caring about how I got home, and then just letting me wait all alone for the Uber for 10 minutes in what felt like a shady area? Would I be the asshole for not seeing a guy anymore for this reason? Edit to add, to answer some questions that I'm seeing pop up. 1. I did not know that the buses would not be running this late. The buses around my town run until midnight, and I assumed wrongly that the buses between towns would also be running on that schedule. They don't, and end at 10 p.m. 2. If I had known the buses between towns ended at 10 p.m., I would have ended the date earlier and gone home. 3. I assumed that he was going to drive me home because A. He only mentioned not being able to pick me up, and B. He's driven me back before on previous dates. 3A. I am not taking advantage of him as I've also paid for dates, and if I had a car, I'd have no problem driving to him. 4. I was disappointed that he didn't drive me back, but the real kicker to me was that he didn't even wait for my Uber to show up. That was kinda the final nail in the coffin. In the comments, Meet More Boop Boop Beep says, I was at a show a few weeks ago, and a group of girls that I just met, like 20 minutes prior, all waited for my Uber with me because it was late and nobody else was on the street. This guy's an ass. That's exactly what you should expect from decent people, even strangers. The guy's behavior was a huge red flag. Yeah, basic decency is not optional. He completely failed that test. He doesn't like you, and he doesn't care about you at all. Yeah, I would have just gone to her town, or scheduled the date for when I don't have work the next day. Definitely an asshole move, and you should move on. Girl, if a man can watch you struggle to get home late at night and not even pretend to care, he's not someone that you need in your life. Ditch him. You deserve way better. If he can leave you stranded at night without a second thought, imagine how little he'll show up when life gets really hard. Cut him off, babe. Not the asshole. The fact he did not care to wait for you to get into the Uber safely is the dagger. I would advise, if you are depending on someone to drive you back, forward/around, communicate it beforehand. You will end up in safer situations more often. I hate to be the one to say that assumptions make an ass out of you and me because I really feel like it shouldn't apply in a situation like this. Because yeah, I feel that. Hashing all those details out before the date to be like, okay, so I'm coming to your town. How am I getting home? What time do the buses stop? Are you cool to drive me home and everything like that? It does ruin the vibe of nice dates. But I really do think this guy's an asshole for not driving her back. And yeah, on top of that, not waiting with her for the Uber. I know it's a cliche term, but driving a woman back that you're on the 4th or 5th date with should be a bare minimum if you want to be with this woman. I feel like that shouldn't even be cliche at this point. That's just advice. That's just common sense. So no, OP, don't feel bad about it. I don't think you'd be the asshole if you broke things off with him. I genuinely don't think he likes you, because no good man, no person at all that likes you would just abandon you like that and show such carelessness. So yeah, take it as a warning of things to come if you were to potentially continue things with him, and I say break it off. And now onto the update. I didn't expect so many comments on my last post, but they were appreciated. Comments from incels were disregarded and laughed at, including some guy who commented probably 15 plus times, but otherwise I got a lot of good advice. To address a few points, 1. I originally thought that he would be driving me home since he's done so before when it was late, but it was in my town. This assumption was reinforced when he only mentioned not being able to pick me up, but nothing about dropping me off. If he had said that he couldn't drive me back, I would have just budgeted differently or left earlier to make the bus. Buses around my town run until 12 a.m., but the bus between towns stops running at 10 p.m., which I hadn't known. I did not go in knowing that the buses had stopped. If I knew that he wasn't planning on driving me back, I would have double-checked about the bus schedules and paid more attention. 2. I take the blame for not confirming with him about driving me back. I'm not really that upset that he couldn't drive me back, though I was in the moment. I did, however, expect some kind of concern over how I was going to be able to get back, and at the very least, for him to stay until my Uber arrived. Also, for those who blamed me for getting stranded, I wasn't stranded. There was no question about the Uber, but I just would have preferred not to, as it put a dent in my finances. 3. On the issue of me being a gold digger or taking advantage of him, I've paid for dates before. If I had a car, I would drive to him. He was the one who suggested the location and time for this date, so I had no problem catching 2 buses over. And in response to an annoying comment about gender, if the roles were reversed, I would have driven him back. If I was too tired or didn't want to drive at night or something, there is no question that I would have waited for his Uber and paid half of it. That's just basic decency. Not really sure where the comments whining about equality were coming from, as I would have paid half and waited whether I was with a man or a woman. I think I've addressed the main points, so on to the update. So the date happened on Tuesday night. I took an Uber back and got home at around midnight. He texted me around 20 minutes after, asking if I got home safe. I didn't respond as I was exhausted and honestly just wanted to shower and sleep. Throughout Wednesday, he sent me a few memes in the morning and afternoon, and then stopped texting. Wednesday evening, I posted my first post, and after that, later at night, he asked if I was mad at him and that he'd just been tired. I finally responded and told him that I wasn't really mad that he didn't drive me home, especially it's true I didn't confirm, but I was just disappointed since I wished that he would have stayed for the Uber to show up at least. Like, did I wish that he drove me home? Sure, but not really that big of a deal that he didn't. The part where he left me at midnight in an unfamiliar place was kinda the kicker for me. He's a lot bigger than I am, and I would have felt a lot safer with him there. Once again, he said he was just tired and wanted to go home, and said I ended up okay and that it was fine. Honestly, if he had done a real apology, I probably would have given him another chance. When I didn't respond to what he said, he kind of moved on and said he already had a place to take me to next time. Some restaurant a few miles from his house. He said let's do a reservation at 8 p.m. on Saturday and then go out for drinks and then a movie. I kind of wanted to be petty and ask if I should start saving up for an Uber back already, but eventually I just told him that his actions from Tuesday made me feel very uncared for, and that I wasn't really interested in going out with him for a 6th date. He immediately started asking if I was serious, and that if he'd known that it was such a big deal, he would have stayed for the Uber. This annoyed me, since how did he not know it was a big deal? Why did it not occur to him in the first place that leaving me alone at midnight in an unfamiliar public plaza with bars everywhere might be an issue for me? And that he really liked me and didn't want this to ruin things, etc., etc. He even promised to drive me home next time, but I kinda just wanted to wash my hands of this whole thing. I don't want him to feel forced into driving me, and I don't want him doing things only because he thinks he has to. And I don't want to be dating someone who doesn't even think twice about leaving me stranded, buzzed, somewhere unfamiliar at midnight, and then only texting me like an hour later. He's still texting me, but I haven't opened those messages yet. In the comments, Sunshine and Murder says, "You dodged a bullet. If he is this inconsiderate this early on, it's not going to get any better. Cut your losses." Yeah, early signs like that rarely change. Someone who can't consider your safety or even stay a few minutes sets a pretty clear precedent for how they'll treat you later. I think he was a complete inconsiderate idiot, but I think he can learn and change. I can think of a lot of things that I did when I was younger that I would absolutely not do today. Maybe he just needed that one major F-up to learn his lesson for the next person he dates. OP won't benefit from it, but at least he's not her problem anymore. I would just reply, if you couldn't see that leaving a woman alone in a strange place in the middle of the night would make you an undesirable partner, perhaps you shouldn't be dating. And to answer your question, really, I'm no longer interested. Please stop reaching out to me. If I knew that you'd stop seeing me over it, I would have stayed for your Uber. Okay, but you should have stayed because you cared and wanted me home safe, not because you lose pussy privileges when you don't. Can you imagine the life that you'd share with someone like that? Every normal courtesy is something that he'd be unwilling to compromise on unless he is the one who suffers a consequence. I went on a dinner/movie date with someone a few years back. We met at the restaurant. I left my car there and carpooled to the theater. It was December, sub-zero temps, and he brought me back to my car. I hadn't even unlocked the door when I realized he was already turning out of the parking lot. He didn't even hang back 60 seconds to make sure that my older car started in sub-zero temps. There was no next date. It's just situations like that that I think are warning signs about what a partner could potentially be like in the future. And not making sure that your car starts in sub-zero temps is crazy work. I would hope most normal people with a thinking brain would be like, oh, there is a possibility the car doesn't start. I might need to hang back and make sure that they don't die of, exposure to the cold. I get that people can overlook those things and mistakes do happen, but surely not when it's someone that you were trying to date, that you were trying to make a permanent fixture in your life. Still not the asshole for OP in this situation. I feel like he's just making excuses. He's like, oh, well, if I knew that it would have been a problem, I obviously would have stayed out there with you. Okay, but too little too late. That's what happens when you don't use common sense, when you don't have some awareness about you that your actions really messed with OP, buddy. Just life doesn't work like that. If she doesn't want to give you a second chance, you don't get a second chance. She gets to move on from you, and you get to learn from this experience as to what not to do next time. Thank you for the story, OP. Thank you for the update. I'd love to know what you guys think of this one down below in the comments. Our next post is by user Ocean Waves, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole here for making my son and his wife pay for their room in my house? I, 38 female, live with my son Jack and his wife Georgia, both of whom are 21. I provide them with the master bedroom so they can live in private while I take the guest room. I clean, sometimes cook, and do all of the bills. The only thing I ask of them is $10 from each of them per week. My son says that I'm being unreasonable, and since he is my son, he shouldn't have to pay his hard-earned money to me, his own mother. I'm only asking for $10 from them though. Am I the asshole here?" In the comments, Spite Weston says, "You're the asshole, but to yourself for babying two fully grown adults and letting them leech off of you." I wouldn't say that she was the asshole, maybe too soft-hearted. If OP's son and daughter-in-law don't want to pay $10, they have to go pay hard-earned money to someone they don't know. Mum needs to dish out some tough love. You're the asshole if you don't at least start charging them 1/3 of all house utilities, since they're so ungrateful to be charged a mere $40 a month. Yeah, and that 1/3 of rent also. Snapping on your mum who is willing to offer her bedroom for their comfort, and she's doing that for $40, is absolutely mad. Mum is too kind, and her son is taking advantage of it. Not the asshole, but how did you come up with $10 a week? That's like an allowance for a 9-year-old. Not rent. Do you really think $40 a month in exchange for room and board makes you the asshole? What the hell? You are the reason your son is acting entitled. Grow a backbone and teach your son some responsibility. If they don't pay, they don't get to stay. Everyone sucks here, you for not parenting, and your son for being entitled. I mean, people are having very extreme and emotional reactions to this. Sure, it could be OP's fault for not parenting properly. I can see that happening, but at the same time, it's nice to be able to look after your kids and help them get a house deposit together as fast as possible so that they can buy a house, they can start a family, they can have a foot up in life compared to everyone else around them. That is something a lot of people do for their kids, and that to me sounds like what OP is trying to do in this situation, though we don't have enough information to glean that. I'm just assuming. Who knows the real story, but $10 is nothing. You making your son and his wife pay rent for the master bedroom is completely understandable, and his reaction is not understandable. I don't think you're the asshole at all, but I'm curious to see what you do about this. And now, onto the update. I am back. Thank all of you guys for your comments. So, I'm friends with George's mum and dad. I've been over to their house a few times, and it's pretty large. 2-story, 5-bed, 4-bath mansion living, basically. I told them how my son and Georgia are looking for an apartment at the very least, and asked if they could pitch in. Well, it turns out that they thought the apartment that I lived in was their apartment. They said that Georgia had told them that they were having me live with them because I couldn't afford a place of my own. I work full-time in a very stable job. So I confronted my son and Georgia last night at dinner. My son didn't know that Georgia had said this to her parents and was mad at Georgia for telling lies about me. Georgia basically said that I was desperate for money since I was making them pay in my shabby apartment. So yeah, I'm pretty ticked off at Georgia, and I'm sure my son is too. I don't know if I'll make any more updates, but I wanted to make this one since I feel like it related to the story very well. As for my son having to pay rent, he did end up coming to me last night after Georgia went to bed and apologized for himself and Georgia, saying that looking at places to stay was making her stressed with all of the money that they'll have to be spending in the future. In the comments, friend Lily says, "This is a sad update, OP. You need to kick them out. They are both disrespecting you over and over again." Yeah, it's not just about the money anymore. It's about respect. If Georgia is willing to lie to her parents about OP and talk down on the person giving them a roof, that's a huge red flag. The son apologizing is good, but unless boundaries are set, this pattern will keep repeating. Exactly. An apology only goes so far if the behavior doesn't change. Georgia's lies already caused damage to OP's reputation, and that kind of disrespect can't just be brushed off. Oh hell no. I'd have kicked little Miss Georgia out on her peach. That level of disrespect doesn't get tolerated. You give them, her, a firm out date. Yup, she wantonly lied, so she is no longer welcome there. She can go ask for help from her parents. You need to tell your son that the gravy train is over, especially with the lies that his wife, not girlfriend, is telling. He needs to pay 2/3 of the rent and all utilities going forward, or kick them all out. Do they work? So what do they do with all of their money? Or are they just freeloaders and living off of you and not working? At the very least, kick the girlfriend out. She has a place to go. Half or 40% is fine, but those stupid kids playing house need to give up the master. Personally, I wouldn't let Georgia stay there anymore. If my house is so shabby, then she can go stay with her parents. I hope that OP comes back and tells us that she kicked them out, or at least just, Georgia out of the house, because that is incredible to do that. Let me just spit on the hands that feed me. Ew, this disgusting shabby place that I refuse to even pay $10 for the privilege of living in the master bedroom of. Yeah, I'd have some fighting words for her. And I'd have some fighting words for my son too, for knowing that this happened. He had to have known about this, and why did he keep this from OP? Why was this such a despicable secret that you had to go behind my back, fight me on the $10 rent that you didn't want to pay, and then just keep this from me? Interesting. Not the arsehole, OP. I'm sorry that you had to find out this way. That's incredibly disrespectful, and I hope you do something about these two. I don't think they deserve your kindness and generosity anymore. Our next post is by user Independent B, and it's titled, "Am I the jerk? My fiancé told me, this is it, take it or leave it, so I gave him the ring back and told him to get out of my house. My fiancé Tom, 37 male, and I, 28 female, have been together for 2 years. He moved into my house 6 months ago and proposed a month ago. I thought we were solid, but now I'm questioning everything. I inherited a fortune 3 years ago. It changed my life, but I live below my means. I work part-time as a teacher, travel, and have a non-profit in the works. I budget carefully so the money lasts. Only my dad and sister know the full amount. When Tom moved in, I paid everything except most groceries. He wanted us to eventually buy a bigger house together so his dad could move in. I said no to living with in-laws, but suggested maybe a separate unit someday. He pushed back, but agreed that we need to discuss finances first. Tom earns around $10,000 per month and has $100,000 saved. I have millions invested and about $40,000 per month income from it. When I told him, he was shocked. He said if I have so much, why not just buy the house and cover everything? I explained that just because I can doesn't mean I should. I proposed separate finances, a joint account for expenses, and splitting costs proportionally to income. I also told him that I wanted a prenup. That's when things blew up. He argued that we should be equal partners, meaning I buy the house in both our names, even if he doesn't contribute. We fought about this for days. Eventually, he gave me an ultimatum. Final offer, you buy the house, we each own 50%, I'll sign the prenup, take it or leave it. I asked if that meant breaking up if I said no, and he hesitated, but said yes. So I left it. I took off the ring and told him that it was over and that he needed to move out. He backtracked, saying he didn't really want to end things, he just wanted me to agree. He accused me of throwing away our relationship for money. I told him he threw it away by demanding that I fund our life and give him half of the assets that I worked to protect. Now I'm wondering if I sabotaged my relationship. I love him, but I don't think it's fair to bankroll a grown man or accept ultimatums about my own money. Am I the jerk? Edit. When we first started dating, he understandably questioned how I managed my lifestyle on a teaching salary. I explained that I had a small inheritance which allowed me to buy my house and have some savings to live on. I admit that I may have been wrong to be vague, but at the time we were just starting to date and I wasn't comfortable sharing all the details yet. My house is nice, but is nothing extravagant, and during our relationship, we always split expenses 50-50. Dates, trips, everything. When he moved in, I offered to keep covering the utilities, since I was already paying them, and he would handle groceries. Things were fine until after we got engaged. I pushed for us to discuss everything openly before marriage, and we agreed on most things. About his father moving in, this isn't something he wants right away, but he says eventually his dad would move in so he can take care of him. I adore his father, but I personally don't want to live with in-laws. His solution was that we should buy another house together so he would feel like it's our home instead of him living in my house. I understood that perspective, but the new house would also have to be larger if his dad were to move in, which I'm not comfortable with. About finances, initially, when we discussed buying another house, the plan was to contribute together, but once we started looking at what we could afford, we had to lay our finances on the table. When he found out my net worth, everything shifted. He said that if we split 50-50, we couldn't afford a bigger house, and since I had the means, I should buy the house myself, but it would still be our house. I told him that whatever amount he contributes would equal his share of equity in the property. Maybe I was naive, but until this point, I never saw signs of him being a gold digger. He never pressured me to pay for things and always split expenses fairly. That's why this change has been such a shock. Right now, I'm locked in my bedroom, and I told him that he can sleep in the guest room tonight, but that he needs to move out tomorrow. We haven't spoken since, and that's where things stand. Thank you all so much for the support and comments, it means a lot. In the comments, OK Celery says, "Not the jerk. He sabotaged the relationship by holding it hostage to guilt you into funding his lifestyle. Facts. A healthy partner would have sat down to problem solve, not try to corner her with demands. He is so dumb. She could have bought the new house and kept it in her name only. What difference would it have made if they were planning to stay together? Dude showed his cards way too early. The first dumb thing you did was tell him the amount of money that you have, because even if y'all do stay together and eventually get married, he's going to be constantly thinking about that money and trying to find ways that he can get as much of it that he can. Y'all gotta learn how to stop running your mouth so much. I understand that you kinda gotta let your mate know a little bit, but he didn't need to know exactly how much money you have. Men can be just as greedy as women. Let a woman find out that a man's got a bunch of money, she's gonna do everything in her power to get as much of it as she can. It's gonna consume her. Men can be the same way. I think you breaking up with him was probably the best thing to do because your marriage will be all about money. OP says, I agree with you. I normally don't talk about money or share this kind of information, but since we were engaged, I honestly thought that it was only fair for the both of us to understand where we stood financially. I realize now that it might have been a mistake, but at the time, I truly believed that I was doing the right thing for our relationship. It was the right thing to do before getting married. Legally, when you get married, a lot of financial and legal relationships kick in. You have to lay your cards on the table before making this kind of commitment. Unfortunately, large amounts of money can make otherwise nice people crazy. I also came into money, and I'm lucky in that my husband is a reasonable and honorable person as well as being the love of my life. No grasping or ultimatums. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, OP. Your fiancé has shown you who he is. The money revealed his greed. I'm so sorry. Not the jerk. Protect yourself from a lifetime of him caring more about your money than you. Good luck, OP. Sincerely. Married for 29 years, and I have a different opinion. It seems fair to me that a partner would ask to be co-owner of their shared residence once they are married. He offered to sign a prenup, which seems to imply that he is not asking to be recognized as ownership of the other assets. Our family has also benefited from inheritances, and most of us put our spouses on the deed, but the inherited stocks, businesses, and other properties stay in the heir's name solely. I want my husband to feel like it is his home as much as mine, and that should we split, I would most likely give him my share of the home, unless he was abusive. OP says, I completely understand your point, and that's exactly why I posted here. I do see that he has a valid point in wanting to co-own our home, and I understand where he's coming from, but the way that he brought it up and made me feel like he thinks he's entitled to it, that really bothered me. I worried that he might spend all of my money if I let him. I'm scared that I might be making the wrong decision. On one hand, I feel like I'm protecting my assets, but on the other hand, I wonder if I'm being unfair since he says all he wants is to own our house together. I'm very conflicted, and I really appreciate your comment and perspective. Honestly, the way that he went about it and the way that he gave her that ultimatum, yeah, that was a red flag. That was the mask slipping. That was cruel for him to approach it in this way. I genuinely don't understand his problem. He makes $10K a month. He has $100K saved. He's already, as far as, the general population is concerned, in the upper echelons of society, yet the greed is getting to his head that he's issuing ultimatums like this. That is not someone that is partner-worthy, especially in your situation, OP. This was the basis of your relationship. This is where it starts. It can and would only get worse, especially if you were to have kids. I understand that some people are cool with separating the assets and all of the inheritance from their partner, but paying for the house 100%, yet splitting ownership of it 50-50. I understand that a lot of people are cool with it. I respect that you were not, and I don't know if I would do the same, because I feel like that's a foot in the door for dickheads like him that want to take advantage of the financial situation and potentially have them financially abuse you in the future. I think that sets a precedent. If he wants to own 50% of the house, he can pay for 50% of the house. Therefore, it's fair. Therefore, you have a defense. I don't know, just his whole attitude around this whole thing leaves such a sour taste in my mouth. Not the arsehole. And now, on to the update. This morning, I woke up and Tom had made breakfast and asked if we could talk. He said things got out of control last night and he wanted to explain his side. He told me he was upset that I had lied about my finances and felt like I didn't trust him. He said the money difference made him feel that I would always have more power in the relationship and that he might be vulnerable to financial abuse. Oh, really? Oh, he's the one vulnerable to financial abuse. Really? Oh, tell me more. He insisted that he wasn't interested in my money, but wanted to feel that I would choose him over money. He admitted that he handled things badly and should have never reacted the way that he did or given me an ultimatum. He said he felt lost and frustrated. Oh no, my actions had consequences. I'm lost and frustrated. Boo-hoo, little baby boy. The only thing he emphasized really matters to him is his father eventually moving in. They are very close, and he wants to take care of him as he gets older. He apologized, said he didn't want to lose me, and told me he was willing to accept my conditions. I apologized for not being upfront about my inheritance, but I also told him that I wasn't sure I could continue the relationship. His reaction last night felt entitled and manipulative, and I'm afraid he was showing me who he really is. I told him I love him, but I'm worried money will always be an issue between us, and if he's already pushing for a house before marriage, what else might he push for later? I explained that the only way I could even consider continuing is if he agreed to 1. A bulletproof prenup stating that in case of divorce, he only leaves with what he contributed, nothing more. 2. Agreeing to buy a house together, but his equity would reflect his contribution only. I also suggested options like a guest house for his father or a condo nearby, but not living directly with us. 3. Creating a monthly budget where we contribute proportionally to our incomes into a joint account for shared expenses while keeping our separate accounts for personal money. 4. Going to counseling together. He agreed to all of this. Still, I told him that I don't know if I can trust him again and need time to think. He agreed to go stay in a hotel for a few days to give us both space. Right now, I honestly don't know what to do. Part of me sees his point and wonders if he just overreacted, but another part of me is afraid that if I ignore his behavior, I'll be setting myself up for bigger problems in the future. I would really appreciate your help in figuring out where to go from here. In the comments, Only Ostrich says, money doesn't change people, but it exposes their true self. Take that information as you will. It's funny because my relationship mirrors OP's in a lot of ways. I make about half as much as Tom. My partner has several millions of inherited wealth across various accounts and trusts, and when her father dies, she'll inherit around 20 million more, and we are engaged currently. Tom's behavior is very strange to me. Like I said, I make about half as much as he does, about $5,000 take-home per month, but I consider that a good job. I'm a nurse, so I have a lot of security. I'll never be independently wealthy, but I will always be able to afford a modest but comfortable lifestyle. Because of that, I want no part of my fiancé's finances. The house we live in is hers, and I am so fortunate for that because I don't pay rent. I also don't have to worry about major, unexpected expenses. Cat needs surgery? Car broken down catastrophically? House flooded? My partner's got it. I cover groceries and pull my weight when it comes to house chores. I keep her informed of how much I have in my accounts, and if she needs me to chip in a bit more, I do, but mostly I can save a lot of it. We have an ironclad prenup in the works right now, and we were both very clear early on about requiring such a thing prior to marriage. I've seen how stressful it can be managing so much money. It's a blessing in our lives, but it's also a huge burden and a ton of work for my partner in a lot of ways. I want no part of that stress. I would much rather support my partner from the sidelines without staking any claim to her fortune, because at the end of the day, I benefit hugely from that fortune, even if I'm not gaining equity on a house or whatever. I don't factor in breaking up because that was never my money to begin with. It's nice to know that despite a wealth disparity between us, we agreed really early on that we would keep our finances mostly separate, responding to each other's financial needs on a case-by-case basis, that we wouldn't fight about money. Over 3 years in, and we've kept up that bargain. I couldn't imagine laying out ultimatums to own a stake in my partner's home, demanding she support my family with her money, etc. It just seems so wildly presumptive, entitled, manipulative, and simply greedy. There is a world of difference between I need financial support or my father will be homeless, and buy me and my dad a mansion so we can all move in together. What? No. A guest house is unacceptable even though you've been clear about not living with in-laws. As if being rich means you can't have boundaries around how you want to live your life? Fuck this guy. Or rather, stop fucking this guy and find somebody who doesn't care about your money. When I picture Tom in this story, I see Abu in the Cave of Wonders salivating over jewels. Abu isn't evil or anything, but boy does he let greed fuck everything up for him and his friends. I get the sense that while OP is important to Tom, a huge part of him is prioritizing extracting a good financial situation out of the relationship rather than just maintaining the health of said relationship because it's important to him. It's fishy to me because it's exactly the opposite instinct that I have with my partner. I simply don't care about her wealth, outside of it being extremely convenient in the case of true emergencies. All I want is a healthy, loving relationship with this person, and I am so lucky to have that. Why would I demand more? Tom is a fool for pushing his luck, and I just do not understand that motivation and have no explanation for it aside from a good old-fashioned greed. It also says so much that he accused OP of lying about her finances. Newsflash, Tom. Many wealthy people keep it a little low-key because people get weird when they know that you have money, like you are doing now. The dude makes $10K a month and is worried about being financially abused? Oh, but see, if the female earns more than a male, his pee-pee shrinks. Well, that's weird. My wife makes more than me and it makes my pee-pee grow. One thing that kept sticking out and bugging me about this, OP's like, I don't want any in-laws living with us. And he's like, well, we'll just get a bigger house. That pattern just kept repeating. OP never said, the house is too small for your dad. She kept explicitly saying multiple times she didn't want his dad living with her at all. And every time, he just blasted right past that objection. I think it does a lot to show what amount of respect the ex actually had for her as a person. These comments spoke to me, and I feel like they got to the heart of the situation, and I don't think OP should keep him around. I think it was stupid of her to give him a chance in this situation, while I understand why she did it. And when you're caught in the middle of this very emotional predicament with someone that you were very much tied to and enmeshed with, I don't blame her. It is natural to want to work these things out, but in all of that, with her being caught in the middle, it appears as though she doesn't have the perspective of, he keeps brushing off the dad thing. That is something that he is railroading and not respecting my objections over. And the money situation is a huge red flag. Why would I want to fix this with him when it can only get worse based on how he suddenly switched up when I told him how much money I have? I really hope OP reads all of the comments, digests all of that information, and makes the correct choice in leaving his ass to protect herself from him. He's projecting, saying that, oh, I think you're gonna financially abuse me. Brother, hell nah. That's what you're doing to her, you fuck. Get him away from you, OP. I'm sick of this man. I'd love to know what you guys think of this story. Please let me know in the comments down below. Let's go. Am I the asshole for buying my niece 2 pairs of glasses and letting her get contacts? I have a 12-year-old niece, Haley. Haley lives with her dad, stepmom, and 4 younger step-siblings. 2 boys, 2 girls. Don't know what the exact ages are, but they seem to be between 5 and 10. Her mum passed when she was 3. Haley's dad and stepmom are not well off. They live in a 3-bedroom house, so Haley shares a room with her stepsisters. The kids get 1 pair of shoes. They reuse school supplies until they're falling apart, and if the clothes still fit, they don't get new school clothes. I'm doing a lot better, but I refuse to help him with money because if I give him money with the direct instructions to get Haley some decent shoes or a nice jacket, I expect the money to be used on Haley, not split between all 5 kids. He also dislikes me because he blames me for CPS investigating him and his wife for leaving the kids home alone every day. Haley stays with me after school and sleeps over a few nights a week because I won't drop her off if there is not an adult present, and I told her not to get on the bus under any circumstances, so they can't tell her that I wanted her to take the bus home that day. Haley and 2 of her step-siblings needed glasses. Nobody was able to take Haley for her eye exam and to get the glasses, So they asked me to take her and gave me $100 with the instructions to get the cheapest pair we can find. I was driving Haley to the eye doctor, and she told me she really wanted contacts, but her dad said no. I talked to the receptionist, and they were able to get her in for a contact fitting that day. After her contact appointment, we checked out the glasses, and she found 2 pairs that she really liked, so I told her to get both. I took her back after school a few days later and picked up a few boxes of contacts. Her new glasses came in a few days ago, and she loves them, but her dad is furious about the glasses. Then he found out about the contacts. I guess Haley was keeping them in her backpack and never told him about it, so he told her that she gets to keep 1 pair of glasses and everything else has to stay at my house because he's sick of me and Haley rubbing her stuff in her step-siblings' faces. Haley responded by packing most of her stuff and walking to my house. Now she's refusing to go home. CPS came for another investigation and was told by the kids that Haley doesn't live there anymore, which is not helping my brother-in-law's case. Now my brother-in-law wants me to make Haley come back and stop spoiling her so that she won't rub it in her siblings' faces anymore. Her rubbing it in their faces means she put both pairs of glasses on her dresser, but it wasn't fair because the other kids could see it. Am I the asshole for getting her contacts and 2 pairs of glasses? In the comments, Chocolate Chip Wizard says, "You realize that your brother-in-law and his wife are collecting a Social Security survivor benefit check for caring for your niece, right? If she's staying with you, he should not be claiming that check. This should be much higher. The amount of people that have kids they hate for financial benefits is disgusting. My daughter-in-law is getting survivor benefits for my 2 grandsons. Even though my son did not live with her, thank God, my grandsons have been here with me for the past 3 months. Their mum just got back from Hawaii. I can't wait until she gets audited and needs to account for the $1,600 that she gets for each boy a month." Not the asshole. Can Haley live with you? And OP says, yes. Take her on permanently, OP. Not the asshole. They apparently can't afford the other 4 kids. Not the asshole. Haley's mum is dead. The step-siblings have a living mum. As someone whose mum died while I was growing up, I can say that having a living mum is way better than 2 pairs of glasses. But Haley did not get to choose about her mum. Let her have the glasses and contacts. It's a very small consolation. I think it's commendable for OP to step in and take care of her. OP lost his sister and still took on a vital and regular role in their niece's life. Haley will remember that when she achieves her goals. We should be focusing on that instead. Yeah, this one is one of those stories that transcends the issue in the title, and I think OP is very well aware of that. Obviously, you're not the asshole for buying your niece 2 pairs of glasses and contacts, but OP, you know why you wrote this story. You know why you're coming to Am I the Asshole for this one, so really, just take her in, communicate with CPS, figure out whatever you can do, take on guardianship of her as best as you possibly can, because that seems to be the crux of the issue. I hope that this update is you doing that, because it really sounds like she needs to get out of that household, and her own blood father cares naught for her. If anything, it sounds like he is abusing her, and that she would be much better off with you. So please do that. And now, on to the update. Haley has been in the hospital since Saturday for either ulcerative colitis or Crohn's. Her health insurance pretty much only lets her go to the county hospital and medical centers, and even this is going to get expensive. On top of Haley's stomach situation, she also has type 1 diabetes and ADHD. The ADHD is currently not being treated. We live 20 minutes away from one of the best children's hospitals in the country for both GI and diabetes. They also have a great psych department and ADHD clinic. This would be covered under my insurance. 35 minutes in the other direction is another world-renowned children's hospital that I would be able to send her to. I sat Haley's dad down the other day and I showed him how much I was paying each month for Haley between her health insurance premiums, her insulin, monitor and pump, her EpiPens, doctor's appointments, etc., and told him that I refused to continue to pay out of the arse for her to receive medical care that is subpar at best, when if I was her guardian, she would get some of the best care possible for less than what I'm paying now. After a long discussion and a lot of back and forth, he agreed to give me guardianship of Haley. We started the process yesterday. She will live with me, but will see her dad every other weekend and holiday. We talked to Haley about it today, and she is very excited to officially live with me. In the comments, Merlerin says, "Your sister's husband seems like a real piece of work, and you are not the asshole for wanting better for your niece. You are the hero." Oh, it's actually OP's brother and his wife, not the other way around. Plus the wife's 4 kids that they constantly leave alone with only his daughter from his first marriage to take care of them. I'm glad OP is around to take care of their niece, since it seems that none of the other adults here are willing to. OP says, "He is not my brother." The commenter had it right. My sister is Haley's mum. She passed, and he remarried Haley's stepmom. Haley is so lucky to have you in her life, not just for the financial support, but for the love and advocacy that you are showing. You stepped up where the system and circumstances failed her, and that's something she will carry forever. This is the best update. I'm so happy that the dad did the right thing, but she has you and will get the best possible care. Stepmom is a piece of work. So is dad in a way for not doing what is right for her in the first place. Hopefully she'll get the support and love now that she needs, as it's a fresh start for you both. Absolutely. Thank you for doing the right thing, OP. I knew you would, I just knew you would do it, and I'm proud of you for doing so. Still not the asshole. I'm glad that it was that easy to get guardianship handed over to you. I really did imagine that he would fight that more, because in a lot of situations like this, I just assume that those people are in it purely for the money, that they are finding ways to spend the money on themselves and not those kids, and giving up that specific check of a survivor on the Social Security would be bigger than the other kids, and that would not be something he wanted to give up. So thank God he is a good person insofar as he will hand over guardianship in spite of the fact that he is losing that money. Thank you for the story, OP. I'd love to know what you guys think of this one down in the comments. Let me know. Our next post is by user MostCycle, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for locking up my stuff because my college roommates keep taking it without asking?" I, 20 female, live in an off-campus apartment with 3 other girls. In the beginning, things were actually good. We weren't best friends, but we were friendly and we got along. We would watch movies together, cook sometimes, and I thought we had a decent vibe. But over time, things started to get messy. At first it was little stuff. Snacks going missing, my shampoo running out way too fast, laundry detergent mysteriously gone. I tried to let it slide, but it kept happening. When I brought it up, they would either deny it, laugh it off, or say they would replace it later, but they never did. Then it crossed into bigger boundaries. One day, I was scrolling Snapchat and saw my roommate wearing my wristwatch, something she had never asked to borrow. Another time, I came home to find that one of them had invited friends over and let them sleep in my bed. On top of that, they kept using my special cooking tools, stuff that I bought with my own money because I love cooking, and left them dirty, greasy, or even slightly damaged. It got to the point where I felt like I had no control over my own belongings, so I finally decided to lock things down. I bought a lockbox for toiletries, a mini fridge for my room, and I started locking my bedroom door whenever I left. Now my roommates are pissed. They're saying I'm being paranoid and dramatic, and that roommates are supposed to share. But I think there's a huge difference between sharing and just taking someone else's stuff without asking. The vibe in the apartment is awkward and tense now, and a couple of them are barely speaking to me. They think I'm the jerk for not trusting them anymore, but honestly, they gave me plenty of reasons not to. So am I the asshole for locking up my stuff after my roommates kept crossing the line? In the comments, Tasty Jacama says, The beginning of the end for my first roommate situation was when roommate and his girlfriend started eating my food and feeling entitled to it because only one of them was working and barely meeting bills, without any consideration that I was left with no food and had no extra money to buy more. OP, my best suggestion is to start looking for another place to live and move at your earliest opportunity, either end of lease or sooner if you are month to month, because your roommates are not going to change and will likely become worse. So, common supplies, supported by a household budget that everyone contributes to, or a locked down, bring your own toilet paper type situation. Not the arsehole. Also, check Amazon for non-permanent cabinet locks, so you can lock your cookware and staples in the kitchen. Absolutely not the arsehole. It's your stuff which you paid for with your own money. They aren't entitled to it just because roommates share. Ignore them. You aren't the problem. Yeah, we see situations like this a lot, and every time, it's not your fault that the parasite suddenly is cut off from the blood supply that it was sustaining itself on. There is no good reason for the vibes in the household to change because you are locking your things up, because you are locking your bedroom. We all know the vibes only change in that situation because they don't get the goodies that they were stealing from you. But yet, they'll do the narcissist's prayer when you question them about it. Don't give in to their projection, OP. You're doing the right thing by yourself here because they are damaging your cookware. It's not good enough that they left it greasy and dirty. They damage it as well? Who the hell do they think they are? No, you're not the arsehole. Get the hell out of here. And now, onto the update. Hey everyone, OP here. Sorry it's taken me a bit to update. I had a lot of schoolwork to catch up on, and honestly, I just needed a breather before dealing with roommate drama again. So, some progress has been made. Last night, my roommates actually apologized. It wasn't a huge sit-down or anything, it was more like each of them coming to me separately throughout the evening. They admitted that they'd crossed some boundaries and said they would try to be more respectful going forward. A couple of them even said they hadn't realized how much it bothered me until I locked everything down. I appreciated the apology, but I'll be honest, I'm not undoing any of the changes I made. The lockbox, the mini fridge, and keeping my bedroom door locked when I'm not around are staying. Having my own things secure has been such a relief, and I feel way less anxious now that I know that no one's going through my stuff when I'm gone. The vibe in the apartment is still a little awkward, but calmer than it was right after I locked everything up. We're not exactly back to watching movies together on the couch, but at least no one's borrowing my watch, cooking with my special tools, or letting strangers sleep in my bed. That's always a big step forward in my book. I don't know if things will ever go back to how they were at the very beginning, but at least there's an acknowledgement now that what they did wasn't okay. I'm just going to keep my boundaries in place and focus on my studies and my sanity. In the comments, CRK says, everything should stay locked. They don't need access to your stuff. Your stuff, your rules. Boundaries exist for a reason. Keep them locked. I'm sure the three roommates will turn on each other since they'll be taking advantage of each other, using someone's expensive toiletries, eating someone else's food and snacks. You did fine. Your roommates acknowledged and apologized, which is great. No one's borrowing my watch, cooking with my special tools, or letting strangers sleep in my bed. Seriously? What the hell is wrong with your roommates that they think this is okay? Things changed because you didn't accept being taken advantage of by them. Keep the boundaries you've established. Absolutely. Keep those boundaries there and keep the consequences of those boundaries absolutely happening if and when they do try to cross those boundaries once again. They gotta know that you will act on it like you did this time. But Jesus Christ, basically, borrowing your watch, I view that as a bit of stealing your watch, breaking your special tools, damaging it, and letting strangers sleep in your bed. Bro, this situation is genuinely a lot worse than your average roommate drama that you deal with on Reddit. I'm surprised you were able to find a middle ground here. I would imagine that most people would lose their shit at their roommates about this and move out. To me, that feels like a crazy amount of disrespect that they have gotten away with. It's great that they apologized, but if it were me in that situation, I don't know how accepting I'd be of it. Maybe I'm an evil, spiteful person, but hey. I'm glad you were able to resolve this one. I hope it doesn't happen again. And I look forward to seeing them fight each other now that they're going to start stealing from each other instead of you. Thanks for the story. Thanks for the update. Everyone, let me know what you thought of this one down in the comments below. Our next post is by user Cosmic Jed, titled, "Girlfriend just punched me in the face multiple times." So my longtime girlfriend just had an absolute meltdown after we left dinner from her parents' house tonight. It all started because her dad and I were watching old family videos and joking about how her and her sisters were dressed and just really light stuff about how big her great-grandpa's nose was. Her dad pointed it out and was like, "Dude had a schnoz on him." And I laughed. That's all. I swear to all things holy. Fast forward to me driving home tonight, and she turns off the music on the radio that I'd turned on and starts trashing me about my family and how it's strange and creepy that I actually get along with my mum, dad, and sister. Oh, we're off to a good start. And that I have a drama-free relationship with them, and she can't stand it. OP, I bet all of her exes were really crazy people, and that she was the normal one in those relationships, and that yeah, all of them were the reasons that those past relationships broke up. So anyway, I'm reading my Kindle in the living room of my house, and she goes off again about some petty bullshit that I somehow did, and I'm reading a book. So I did what anyone else would do and just shut up and let her vent and get it out without giving her any ammunition to feed on. Wrong fucking move. I took my eyes off of her for a second to continue my read on the couch, and she gave me a 3-piece so fast that it caught me off guard. I jumped up so she wasn't on top of me. She proceeded to slap the taste out of my mouth, then she blocks the front door and screams for me to get away from her while blocking the only exit to leave. I'm in my boxes, and I'm trying to grab my phone off the floor that went flying across the living room. All I can hear is her yelling with the door open, trying to have the whole neighborhood hear this shit. Anyway, I'm now sitting in my car with just boxes on, with a bloody lip, and I thought I should ask the internet for advice, and by internet, I mean Reddit. In the comments, Get the Sweet Spot says, "I would have knocked her out. I'm not into hitting women, but if she's throwing punches, oh well. This also sounds like drugs or drinking. Regardless, get her arrested and move your shit while she's in jail. Don't bail her out. There is no excuse for this. I actually get along with my parents. It's because her family sucks and sounds trashy." OP replies, "She's the only person I know who smokes weed and gets nasty and rude towards people. It blows my mind how she acts." OP, it's time to end it. This could flip around to you two fighting and the police believing her. I do believe she would lie to save her own butt. Deduce2 says, "Call the police immediately to have something on record. Any further interactions or conversations with her should be recorded until you can get the fuck out of there. And you need to get the fuck out of there, or kick her out if it's your place. Fuck that noise. I don't condone hitting women, even when it's justified, and there are absolutely women out there that do shit to deserve it. It's best to remove yourself from the situation so it cannot escalate further." OP says, "It's my place, but I'm definitely not going back home tonight. Fuck that." Specialist Bit says, "So you went to Reddit instead of the police and hospital? I think a hospital report would help solidify a restraining order and suing her. Make her pay for the medical bills. People need to be held accountable for their actions." And OP says, "Well, I've never been hit before like that by my girlfriend, and I wasn't sure if we'd both go to jail even if I called. So I need to ask before I do something that could affect my life big time." Well, since you're the one with the injury and she isn't, she most likely would have been sent to jail. Get in the habit of getting evidence, from pictures to videos, because some women will lie and say that they're the ones abused. Bro, you need to call the police, right now. Have them come and treat you first. Tell them that you were bleeding, and then press charges against her. You also need to file a restraining order. This is assault. It's not manly to suck it up and get over it. You could end up with a big hospital bill over this. OP replies, yeah, that's what's stopping me. My subconscious is like, be a man, no cops needed. But damn, after reading everyone's comments, I feel obligated just for my protection and freedom to call. Small update in the comments from OP. She's probably destroying my desktop and TVs as we sit here and type. I just drove to the country club to grab some of my clothes that I leave in my locker. I had my buddy come meet me in the parking lot, so I've got shorts and a shirt on now. Life's getting better. Yeah, OP is not really doing himself any favors by not just immediately calling the police and getting them to come intervene in this one. And I'm glad that he is not those people at the start of the comments that are like, she started swinging on me, I'll start swinging on her. Equal rights, equal lefts, that's what I'm saying. I get that those people are angry. I get that those people probably would do something like that in this situation. But I can only really see swinging back on her without video evidence of you doing self-defense, without any reasonable justification of it, ending in her calling the cops, her getting all the neighborhood out against you, and you having assault charges pressed against you because there is such a big bias with domestic violence against men. Men beating up women. And if they see a man that's beaten up and a woman that's beaten up, they're just going to assume that the man beat her up and she hit you back in self-defense. Like, to me, that's obviously my bias. It seems like you would be in a no-win situation there, and it's great that you went to go get all your clothes, got dressed, got help online, but please, call the cops, go to the hospital, get this all on paper, get as much evidence against this demon as possible. You owe it to yourself in this situation. And now, onto the final update. First off, I just want to say thank you to everyone who gave me advice in the messages that were sent in my inbox full of support and more advice. Before the comments locked, I just had my buddy meet up at our local country club so he could come grab some of my clothes that I left in my locker, and I just ended up staying the night over at his house and talked about what happened. His wife said 99% of what everyone on Reddit told me to do. Contact the police, file a report, and get a restraining order on the crazy chick. I slept on it. The next morning, I wake up at my buddy's house and I get a call from her dad and sister telling me how sorry they were about everything that happened the night before and how she's always acted crazy when someone didn't agree with her or gives her a reality check. They told me that she was over there sleeping and they would gladly come over and help retrieve her things from my house. I go back to my house in the morning to inspect the damage. Luckily for me, there was only a few broken picture frames and a busted wine bottle on the ground. I had a few friends come over before her family got there just in case she ends up driving over separately from her dad and sister. I wanted some witnesses for myself. I definitely didn't want to be alone. Her family comes over and gives me a hug and tells me everything is going to be okay and there is no need to further anything by getting the law involved, and somehow had me totally convinced that I shouldn't and that it was just a little blow up and things are cooled off and let's just go our separate ways and end things. At around 8:30 a.m., her dad and sister leave the house with all of her belongings and it's me and my buddies just doing some cleaning here and there. We found my Nintendo Switch smashed and thrown out in my backyard, my keyboard for my computer with peanut butter smeared all over its keys, and all the batteries in my remotes throughout the house gone. Not as bad as I thought the house would be personally, but I took pictures of everything. The damaged electronics, the peanut butter keyboard, bottles and glass on the ground before we started doing any cleaning. So around 10 in the morning, the house is clean and looks like nothing happened inside my place besides the stained rug that absorbed the red wine bottle that she smashed on the ground. We checked all the doors and windows to make sure everything was locked and secured. We all went to Costco for some food and supplies. It's Sunday, and it's still a beautiful day out, so why not get some burgers for grilling and have some brews with the boys? That's what I'm saying. Make the most of this shitty situation. So we're grilling and chilling in my backyard, talking about everything that happened to me the night before. I've got my buddies laughing at me and telling me, I told you she was crazy. You're lucky she didn't stab you in your sleep, bro. Meanwhile, I'm still convinced I'm not going to pursue legal action. Then I get a text from her. I see you have your boyfriends over the house. Are you homos having fun drinking and being losers together? I forgot that I logged her into my security cameras that I have around the outside of my house months ago when on vacation. The next text I receive is her saying, "Have fun trying to find your keys at the bottom of the lake. Have fun. Better bring your snorkel." So in my backyard, there's a pretty big lake that I live on, and I have a dock that goes out about 20 yards or about 18 meters for my metric users. And on this set of keys are my office/work truck/boat keys and everything important. I checked the cameras, and sure enough, I see her walking out there and throwing something off the end of the dock. I show my friends the text and video of what happened, and they look at each other and say, "I guess it's swimming time." We get our board shorts on and grab a few of my scuba masks that I have in my garage and head to the lakeshore for the side quest that she gave us. One of my friends had a magnet fishing thing in his car and jumped up immediately excited to get a chance to use it. 2 hours later, and no luck. I about gave up at this point and can't see the bottom anymore from everyone kicking up the sediments when slimming and pushing off the ground to shoot back up for air. Plus, there was a storm rolling in to make matters worse. All of a sudden, my buddy says he feels something on his magnet. He pulls it up slowly, and sure the fuck enough, he finds my keys. Celebration commences. At that point, the fog that her dad and sister had me in cleared, and I lost it. I called the cops' non-emergency line and told them everything that happened the last few days, and I wanted to make sure that she's on record and takes accountability for everything that happened. I gave them pictures, wrote a report, and filed a restraining order on her. I gave them the video of her walking out of the dock and throwing an object into the water. No one has the right to put hands on anyone regardless of gender, and it's not fair to others in my situation that got the short end of the stick and now have that attached to them permanently. I did it for the next guy who's unlucky enough to fall into her trap of manipulation. The cops left and said that they're going to be in touch soon. Fast forward to today, I get an angry text from her dad saying, "How could you do this? You're the biggest pussy in the world, and you're gonna ruin someone's life over a few punches to the face. Be a man." I told him to stop texting me and to take care of his family. And then her sister calls me saying, "Good luck trying to find her. She flew out to California the day that you were looking for your keys in the lake. She's never coming back, so you wasted your time and made yourself look like a bitch." She hung up and blocked me. Isn't life grand? I'm not sure what that means for her now that she skipped town and is in another state, but we'll see. I just wanted to update everyone and thank you guys for the supportive comments on my post and left me messages in my inbox when the comments got locked. I tried to reply to everyone that DM'd me, but my mailbox got flooded and I couldn't get to them all. I never thought the post would blow up the way that it did. I was shocked, confused, and actually scared when I posted, but things are looking bright for me, and life's getting a lot better. Again, thank you Reddit community for all of the help and advice you gave me. You guys truly deserve this win. In the comments, Thin Resource says, "I'm proud of you." And OP says, "Thank you. Felt a lot better than I thought I would. I'm a firm believer now that DV can go both ways and it's not just one way." 91 Jammers replies to OP, "Absolutely. Even though women are typically physically weaker in a DV situation, they also experience that same shame of, 'I could have stopped this.' My guess is the cops will be pissed that she left the state to evade and may pursue her harder. Did you get the phone call recorder? Because you might want to unblock to gather more evidence. However, do what's best for you in the big picture." OP says, "She blocked me." Sorry, I should have made that clear. Her sister called, talked shit, and then blocked me. Annie Marsh says, "Perfect. Now all you have to do is change every password for everything you use online and block her and her entire family." OP says, "As soon as she said that she was watching me and my friends grilling and drinking some beers in the backyard, I immediately changed my password for my Ring system. If you haven't yet, I would change your locks as well. She could have copied them if she's this crazy." OP says, "That's a good idea. I'll call the locksmith right now." That whole family is toxic. No wonder she turned out like this. Considering the assault charges she should have caught on top of everything else, I hope she knows that she can't come back for a long time. She deserves nothing more than a couple of years in a 6x9. I'm surprised that it took Opie that long to snap out of the fog. I would have thought as soon as he got that text message from her that would have snapped him out of it and enraged him enough to get revenge on the spot there, but, everyone works on their own timeline. It's good that he eventually got there, and he did what he needed to do, and didn't listen to that dick-headed family. Because to any rational person, they'll realize that the dad coming to say that and butter OP up so much was just bullshit. He was just enabling and defending her. He's like, oh, look, I know that she beat the shit out of you. She does that all the time. She's our little psychopath, Haha. Isn't she so weird? Don't worry about her. Forget she exists. Please don't go to the cops. Please, God, don't say anything to the cops. Let's downplay this one. I hope that your radar for what a normal thing to receive in your brain in the future is, OP, is now adjusted properly as a result of this situation. That when you hear someone like that dickhead dad come and downplay the situation, you go, oh my God, I need to actually double down right now. This is very serious. But yeah, she got what she deserved. I hope she never comes back into your life, and I hope you continue to press charges against her. Please, God, that would be so funny. Thank you for the story, and I'd love to know what you guys listening to the story have to say about this one down in the comments. Let me know. My husband is leaving me for a younger woman, and all I can think about is the house decor. I made this account because my main one has my friends on it, and I'm way too embarrassed to be known as the cheated on wife. I'm 34 female, married for 7 years to my husband, 41 male, together for 10. I love my husband and always thought that he felt the same about me. We built a life together. 8 years ago, he had severe anxiety and couldn't sleep, so I would stay up with him, holding his hands and doing breathing exercises until he could finally rest. I would go to work exhausted. I helped him find a therapist. I encouraged him to grow in his career, even though he was afraid. 6 years ago, I quit my job to take care of his mum who had cancer because he had the potential to earn more than me. And while I was job hunting again, I got pregnant, and he suggested that I stay home to take care of him and our daughter. So I did. I cared for him, and I loved him. In December, he got a promotion, which meant more hours. I gave birth to our daughter in March. I went through a phase where I felt horrible, fat, ugly, and it was just me and my baby at home. He barely talked to me. He always said he was tired and that I wouldn't understand what he had to say. If it wasn't for my mum staying on video calls with me, I think I would have felt completely abandoned. I've been suggesting couples therapy since June, and he kept saying that everything was fine. Now I feel like I'm nothing more than a mother. I used to read, study, be interesting. I wasn't sexually frustrated or insecure back then. I used to have conversations about politics, music, books, art, etc. I decorate our house myself with my own savings, and it's everything I ever dreamed of. I love my house. The colors, the furniture, my kitchen. It took me years to make it exactly how I wanted. I have the garden that I always dreamed of, a vegetable patch I adore, and a hanging chair where I love to sit with my baby. Last week, he came home later than usual, and I was happy to see him. I was in the living room playing with our daughters. He asked the older one to go to her room. He seemed like he had been drinking and then said, "I love you so much, but I don't want to be with you anymore." He told me that I wasn't the person he fell in love with anymore. Then he said he was in love with a girl from work and that she was everything he had ever dreamed of, and that he needed to give himself the chance to live that love without guilt. Yes, he cheated on me with a 22-year-old. When I finally managed to speak, the only thing that came out was, "But what about my home decor?" At some point, I picked up my baby and started shouting things like, "I put time into this house. I did everything it needed. This house is mine." We argued because apparently I didn't value his suffering enough. I don't know why I kept talking about the house. I guess I'm disposable. I'm 34 with a 4-month baby and a 4-year-old daughter. I don't have a job, I'm going to lose my dream home, I feel ugly, fat, and he told me he's not attracted to me anymore because I gained too much weight during my last pregnancy. Edit, I'm going to talk with his mum and brother about the divorce today. I'm starting with them because they're close to me, and his brother went through a divorce over infidelity early last year. Also, his mum is very attached to me for obvious reasons. I was there for her during the worst part of her life, and his brother and I are also very close. I also texted my mum, and she's coming here to stay with me and the girls. I hope she gets the visa to visit, and my dad, who is American, will be coming to my state in 2 weeks. Edit 2. I talked to his brother about the affair and him leaving. He told me to find a lawyer, the same thing that you all did, so now we're talking to a few lawyers today. I accepted the help because I have the girls with me, so it's hard to do everything alone. In the comments, I'm so sorry this happened to you. If you want the house, then you'll need to fight for it in the divorce. If your husband was even a little bit decent, he should leave it to you and your daughters so that the kids aren't uprooted. That's the least he can do for you if he wants to go build another life that he'll regret. You're going to need resolve and a plan. Get evidence of his cheating and start building your case. OP says, I'm looking online for lawyers, but I don't know what I'm looking for. Family law attorney in your area. Why should you move? In the US? You don't work and he does? You a primary caregiver to the kids? Did someone tell him that banging a 22-year-old was free? That was the most expensive thing he ever did. OP says, I don't want to move. I've been living in the US for 16 years, but I'm from South America. Honestly, I'm scared, even though I'm here legally. A downvoted commenter says, yeah, so you wouldn't miss him, but just the house? OP says, I'm going to miss him so much. I love him, and I gave so much of myself to him. I can't even describe to you how much it hurts to take a hit like this. It hurts so much that I don't even think about how much I'll miss him. I think about how I dedicated so much time to all of this. He wanted a second daughter, and she's here at 4 months old while he's sleeping with a new girl. I'm in pain, and I'm angry. So angry. Another commenter says, I think that your first reaction being about your home decor tells you everything that you need to know. Your relationship with him was dead, and now you can move on to better things. He doesn't deserve you or the lovely home that you created. Downvoted commenter 2 says, leaving OP with a 4-month-old is pretty shitty behavior, but her response indicates to me that there wasn't a lot of space for him in their relationship. She referred to it as her house, her decor, her vegetable garden. My marriage broke down for similar reasons, although I didn't leave for my secretary. It was pretty clear to me that my wife considered her role to be looking after the house and the kids, and my role was to pay for everything. OP replies, he didn't want to get involved in anything related to the house, neither taking care of it, nor maintaining it, nor giving opinions. Everything was whatever. What do you even say in a situation like this? Your response to him bringing that news to you was perfectly valid, and I think that, from my point of view, you should be able to keep the house. I don't think it's going to work out like that once you get lawyers involved and start splitting assets up. But yeah, he distanced himself from you for such a long time that you didn't really have anything besides the house in your life anymore. And I felt like you were saying that as a response of him taking the only thing that you had left from you. He'd already taken so much over time. He'd already distanced himself so much. I don't blame you for being like, don't take this too. This is everything I ever wanted and you're going to take that too? I hope you take the advice of the comments and that you get a fair split of everything in the divorce. And now, onto the update. Hi, I'm writing because I feel pathetic and tired. I just want to skip to when this phase of my life is over. A brief summary of what happened this week. and I can't believe I loved this man. My brother-in-law is staying at my house until my family arrives, and my best friend visits me every day. On Monday, my brother-in-law asked my ex to leave the house, and strangely, he actually listened to his brother. Since then, he's only been tormenting me through messages. He wants an amicable divorce and keeps making proposals that only benefit him. I've been trying to stick to a routine because I have 2 children and they need stability, and apparently I'm the only one willing to provide that. Yesterday, he texted me saying he wanted to see the kids, and I agreed. He showed up after they were already asleep. I swore he wasn't going to come. He arrived here at 11 p.m. with a document wanting to talk to me about how he'd like to keep the house and pay me an additional amount for my share. I just stared at him without saying anything. I asked him to leave because the kids were sleeping. My brother-in-law added that it wasn't the right time or place to discuss this and asked him to leave. I don't know what happened to him, but this doesn't seem like the man that I married. He yelled at my brother-in-law, saying he was betraying him, that he wanted to play house because his own marriage didn't work out, and then he yelled at me, calling me a lazy whore who wasn't going to take his money. He said this house was his, and that his 22-year-old girlfriend Anne told him that I was going to try to keep the house that he bought. We didn't respond. I just said that he should leave because he was getting messy, and then he left. I don't know why he wants the house when he can afford to buy another one, and I don't understand how the person that I married could try to trick me just to come out ahead in the divorce. I kept asking myself if this is the man that I married. He wants me gone. He wants the kids gone. He didn't ask about the girls, about his own daughters. He didn't see them or even ask to give them a goodnight kiss. To him and to Anne, we are just an obstacle. Nothing more. I'm not even a person. In the comments, the 22-year-old wants the house. OP says, for sure, but she won't even come close. What makes me angriest is that it took me so long to get the house to look the way that it does today, and now some girl comes along and he just assumes that I'm going to give my house to them? Another commenter asks, did he buy the house before you were married, or did you both buy it after you were married? If he came into the marriage with the house, then there isn't much you can do, and he will likely get the house. But if not, then you'll probably get the house in the divorce, as that is the home of the kids. I would suggest keeping all communications in text so that you have evidence of what he said. Keep a notebook as well to make notes of anything he does or say or doesn't do regarding the kids. If he says he will visit but doesn't, make a note of it. This will help you in child custody. OP says, I paid part of the down payment, he pays the mortgage, but I've invested around 15% of the value in renovations and decoration. Another commenter says, I'm so proud of you for standing your ground and protecting yourself and the kids. I think brother-in-law has always known who his brother is, a selfish asshole, and is helping you and the kids because he knows how his brother can be. Brother-in-law sounds like a decent guy, and I'm so glad that you have someone in your corner as you wait for reinforcements. At least you have your 2 babies and won't have to worry about custody. Please get therapy when and if you can so that you have someone to process this with. OP replies, honestly, he and my best friend are the best. After 4 months, I finally have time to rest and get help with my baby. Do you know how good it feels to take a 40 to 50 minute shower just to relax? I had been alone for so long that I thought it was normal to do everything by myself. Someone else says, so basically you quit your job to care for his mum and didn't get another job to raise yours and his children, so you had to rely on him for income, and now this fucker who you gave up everything for his and his family wants to basically leave you nothing and doesn't give a fuck about his kids? Fuck that. I hope someone will give you the money for a good divorce lawyer. What a fucking asshole. And OP says, my dad is going to pay for my lawyer. My mum is also supporting me financially, and my brother-in-law has also offered to cover expenses if necessary. Coming in the Niles says, he showed up late at night hoping to find OP by herself so he could intimidate her into signing that document. because his new girlfriend will probably leave him if he doesn't own a house. I think the girlfriend is pregnant. That's how these ones usually end up. When my ex cheated on me, his affair partner was never pregnant, but she wanted everything that was mine. She wanted our house, she wanted our pet rabbit, she wanted the groceries out of my fridge. No joke. She also tried to convince my ex that I was a scheming harridan who was going to take everything that he had worked for. She didn't understand how community property worked. Yeah, nah, this is far from over, and I don't have enough exposure to really see how divorce settlements in cases like this pan out, but I would really hope that she gets to keep the house in this and he can't force her out of that house because he is being so incredibly unreasonable, he is being evil, he is being so insanely evil in this, it's hard to comprehend, but it's sad that I keep seeing stories like this. I feel like this shouldn't happen. It's amazing that OP has such a strong support network behind her and is able to be financially supported by her family. That man has some absolute nerve, showing up at midnight to try to strong-arm her into giving up the house and kicking the kids out. I really hope she gets full custody and drains his ass for everything he's worth, and that 22-year-old leaves him. He deserves the worst for everything he's done to OP and put her through. What a piece of shit. Thank you for the story, thank you for the update, OP. I hope all goes well. Good luck. And I'd love to know what you guys think of this one down in the comments below. Let me know. Our next post is by user Is It Real Love? Titled, Long Distance Girlfriend, 28 female, has close male friend who likes her. I, 28 male, am wondering what to do. So my girlfriend is righteous, fair, and caring to the extreme. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Case in point, I once killed an ant that was on the table, and she actually cried with real tears because she cares and because she can't see any being, no matter which one, be in pain. Now, on to my issue. We're in a long-distance relationship, and there is this guy at her work that is really desperately in love with her, in my opinion. It started out as them becoming running partners while she was preparing for a marathon. They run together 3 times a week before work. And long runs at that, sometimes 20 to 30k. They talk a lot during those and got to know each other. Then they hang out at work. They eat together and talk more. They're both kind of foodies. Actually, that's one of the special things between me and her. So they exchange things that they cooked. For example, jam in exchange for honey, homemade bread, things like that. Then sometimes they go to parties together. Though as far as I know, he's invited her a couple of times and she's always declined to go to a party just with him. If they are at a party together, it's because it's a group thing and they belong to the same group of people. Anyway, they go to parties and I think they hang out nicely there too. Lastly, although she declines to go party one-on-one with him, they do hang out together on Sunday afternoons and the like. So I'm 100% sure that this guy is super into her. He does everything he can to hang out with her. Now onto her side. She wouldn't hurt me. I was wondering for a while whether she was capable of cheating behind my back and not telling me. In other words, her version of not hurting me. But I'm pretty sure that's not an option because, 1, we see each other often, every 2 weeks, and it's miraculously amazing every single time. Mind-blowing. Never seen such synergy in any couple. Everything. The conversation, the love, the activities we do, the sex, absolutely everything. 2, we talk on the phone all the time, every single evening. There is literally no available time in which she could actually cheat on me unless they meet from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. or something ridiculous like that. 3, she's pretty blunt. I don't think she would hide something like that. She's not the type to be afraid to break up. I think if she felt like it, she'd just do it because it would feel right. Having said all of this, I don't know what to do. Just like I'm 100% sure that the guy would love to be in a couple with her, I think she's also not indifferent, and she would definitely go for it if she weren't with me. They're a pretty good match. They have similar backgrounds, more similar than her and I. They work at the same place and like hanging out at the same spots. They speak the same language. Whereas with me, she has to speak in English. None of us are native. He's a cool guy, young, smart, sportsy. He's got a lot going for him. It's a funny situation. On the one hand, it's super awesome to have a girl that's so true to you. I'm really sure she's not cheating. That's not the problem here. On the other hand, I'm also pretty damn sure that if we weren't together, she'd be with that guy. It would just make absolutely no sense to not be with him. So the question is that an okay situation? Could one see it as her just keeping the guy as a backup in case we break up? And is that an okay thing to do? Is it an indication that I'm not showing her enough proof of my affection and she believes there's a possibility of breakup? Alternatively, she's somewhat naive about many things. Is it actually possible that she doesn't notice anything? That she really thinks they are just friends? That he has no special intentions? On the possibility that she's afraid of a breakup and keeps him as a backup, unfortunately, I can't go much further with our current situation to give her a promise of security. We're long distance, so I wouldn't do anything crazy like proposing to her when we have never lived together. I guess the only reasonable thing I could do is quit my job and move to her city. But I love my job so much, and I'm doing so well at it, that it would really be hard for me to do that. Note that for the eventual plan, when we'd move in together, we would go to a city where I can keep working with the same company. There are many such cities, but sadly the one that she lives in is not one of those where we have an office. I almost feel bad because they'd be such a great couple. I feel like I should just make it easy for her and let her be with that guy. Be done with long distance. Let them be married in their city and have a happy life together. With me, we have another 1 to 2 years of long distance to get through, and then we'd probably have to both move to another city to be together. We've talked a lot about it. We're both okay with that plan. We both can't wait to move in together, but when you take a step back, it would just make so much more sense for them to be together instead. I guess sometimes love does strange things. I don't know if I should bring this up to her at all. As I said, nothing bad is actually happening at the moment. I just want to avoid that in 1 year she suddenly has a change of heart and goes with him, and we all realize we lost 1 year of our lives. And frankly, if that happens, the two of them would still be fine, but the biggest loser would be me, since I'd be all alone and I'd have to start everything over. The stupidest part is that this wouldn't be a question at all if we lived in the same city, because then she'd obviously spend all of her time with me and she wouldn't have this enormous amount of time spent with the other guy. I don't know what to do. I'm happy with her, and she's happy with me. I just don't want to wake up one day and realize that it was all a waste. I'm in my prime years now. I won't be anymore in 2 to 3 years. Edit. Maybe a reasonable thing to do would be to talk to the guy. There aren't many opportunities for me to do so, but he might be at a gathering that we're going to attend next weekend. Sorry, don't want to give too many details. In the comments, Tra-la-la-la says, I think the problem from here is the vast amount of time that she's spending one-on-one with a guy that isn't you. Even though these aren't official dates, she's been effectively dating this guy for a long while. I personally wouldn't feel comfortable with that. I would just sit her down and discuss it. May I ask why you think this is not a form of cheating? In my male mind, I consider this a kind of emotional cheating. It astounds me that many women can easily consider getting emotional support from men who are just friends, or at least that's what they would have us believe. All men that I know consider this kind of emotional intimacy, love, and sex to go hand in hand, as in a relationship. Personally, I feel that your girlfriend is filling a void and probably is waiting for you to do something about it. Either break up or close the distance. You seem to be leaning towards the former. Either way, you need to make the move if you want peace of mind. Tra-la-la-la says, I wouldn't talk to the guy, but I would talk to your girlfriend about setting a few more boundaries. I personally would feel like this friendship had passed into the relationship zone a long time ago. You're effectively being cuckolded by this guy. He's dating your girlfriend, and you know he is, and you let your girlfriend continue dating him. Yeah, I feel like OP's gut reaction on this one is correct, and that maybe she's just not viewing the situation the same way. Or she is. We can't really know that unless you have a direct conversation with either of them about it and see if they can be completely truthful about their feelings about each other, because that is a considerable amount of time to spend with someone else and to want to constantly spend with them. To me, that is emotional affair territory. That is an incredibly emotionally intimate connection that those two have. I understand you can be friends with someone, yes. We all can absolutely have intersex friendships. I can be best friends with a woman, absolutely. But I think people would turn heads if I were to be very close friends with a woman who had a boyfriend that was living in another city, and I was constantly trying to spend time in person with her as often as I can. People would be like, Marky, what's going on, man? This is really weird. She has a boyfriend. This is not normal for people. This is incredibly emotionally intimate. Are you sure that he's okay with that? Why do you feel the need to spend so much time with her? I really feel like one of these people, or both of them, have feelings for each other, and it's high time for you to have that talk with her and figure out a solution together as to where to go from here, because, yeah, I think this relationship between them is untenable to continue in this capacity. And now, onto the update 5 years later. So I brought up the topic, and she was super cool about it. She was surprised and said that she thought that it was just a friendship on her side. However, she went up to the guy and asked him if he saw things the same way. He said he didn't. He was actually into her. So she told him that she was with me and that they really need to stop hanging out. It was never an issue after that. We still met him at a few parties, but it didn't make me feel bad at all. Reading the old post made me smile. It felt like a big issue back then, but she solved it so swiftly. I'm really thankful to her. We have had the most wonderful relationship since then, and even before then. We're 33 years old now, and are still going strong together. We moved in together a couple of years ago, and it's been amazing living together, traveling together, being together all the time. She's still so sweet. I love her with the bottom of my heart, and it's obvious that she loves me too. You never know how these things will turn out, but ours is a story to fill your hearts with hope and love. In the comments, BettyBoo5 says, I've just read the old post, and I thought it's totally friendship from her side, but not his. I've had friendships that were most definitely friendship from my side, but not the men. They were just using the friendship to get in my knickers. I always had male friends, but stopped because it was too much trouble and drama, and it was always twisted into being the bad guy. So glad that you got things sorted by just speaking to her about it, followed by her having a conversation. Lovely to hear that you're still together and very much in love. I feel like it's really interesting to note that someone in the original comments section called what was going on emotional or cheating, because basically the friend was a platonic support system for her. That's not what emotional cheating is. Otherwise, my bisexual self would be constantly cheating on my husband because every single one of my friends is a potential romantic interest. Friends provide support, emotional support. The idea that you can only receive emotional support from your spouse or partner is incredibly hard to live with. We are social beings, and if the only person you can lean on is your spouse, that really limits options if you're going through a time when your spouse needs to lean on you, and it would be unfair to lean back. Look up the ring circle of venting if you don't know what that kind of situation would call for this. Essentially, we all need friends. It sucks that OP's girlfriend had found a friend with an ulterior motive, but we should all be open to the idea that friends do come in all shapes and sizes, and are incredibly valuable for us. Your spouse cannot be expected to always provide the brunt of emotional support that one may need. It's unfair and unrealistic. Damn it, this was so wholesome. Can the other guy at least be pregnant? I'm okay, even if it's one baby and not twins. She got pregnant, but dun dun dun, it wasn't even hers. She cheated on him with a girl, and they got each other pregnant at the same time with one twin each. Bro, I love mpreg. We gotta bring mpreg back. It's gotta be my favorite subject. Quote, it astounds me that many women can easily consider getting emotional support from men who are just friends. You know those studies about how single women are better off emotionally than single men? Or just the general male loneliness epidemic? It's because women don't rely only on their partner for emotional support. It's also part of why men think women don't like emotional men. Women like emotional men, but women don't like suddenly becoming another human being's only form of emotional support after only 2 dates. Whoa, what the hell, guys? I thought that she loved me and she's gonna be my emotional support bangmate after 2 dates. And then when I put 2 babies in her, I leave her for a 22-year-old and try to kick her out of my house. What do you mean that's not how life works? What's going on here? I'm gonna need downvoted Redditor 3 to come and give his opinion on this one. I don't like this reality that I'm living in. You guys can find me in the art room venting about this one, alright? Me, Jack, and Connor are gonna be venting this one out. Anyway, I'm glad these two were able to resolve this one and recognize that it was an untenable situation. Yes, it's okay to have an emotional support friend. I myself have emotional support friends. We love to see it. We love providing emotional support back and being trusted to be lent on and provide that support. But of course, it was crossing the line when this guy was very clearly into her and something had to change. And I'm glad that she had such a blunt and upfront conversation with him about it and cut it off straight away. He was not wrong about her being a blunt person. I think I said brunt? I don't know. Whatever. I'm leaving it in. I'm glad their relationship held up, and I hope they continue to have a fantastic life together that I am not at all jealous of. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the updates, OP. But now I turn this to you guys. What do you think of this one? Tell me down in the comments right now, or else. Am I the asshole here for not wanting my daughter's party turned into a pregnancy announcement? Some context. My brother-in-law has lived with my husband and I on and off for close to 8 years. Even when my husband and I had kids, he lived with us. Last year, he got serious about finding a serious relationship. I was happy for him when he found someone in November. He moved into her house in December. In April, they found out brother-in-law's girlfriend is pregnant. She's due in January. She told her family right away and left it up to brother-in-law to tell his. He chose to be a coward and say nothing. Well, tomorrow, my daughter is turning 2, and brother-in-law has decided that is when he'll tell everyone. Mostly because when they show up, his girlfriend is very obviously pregnant. I'm kind of livid. Father-in-law is known to fly off the handle for things. Our son ate a goldfish cracker off of our floor, and father-in-law had a fit about how disgusting that was, made a scene, and stormed out of a get-together. He's also told my husband that he needs to watch himself, because apparently I'm not the right kind of woman. Back to the party. I don't want this announcement to happen because if father-in-law flies off the handle, my daughter's party is ruined. Even if he doesn't, it's suddenly going to be a pregnancy/gender reveal, and no one's going to remember why they're actually here. I know my daughter won't remember it, but I will. My husband thinks it's not a big deal, and he's excited, and I've tried to communicate my anxiety about it, but he says his dad will be fine. I told him the only way this is happening is if his brother goes to their parents' house well before the party and tells them. Otherwise, I'll be kicking people out. He scoffed, but said okay. Now I'm just really conflicted. Am I the asshole here? In the comments, just there to snark, says, not the asshole. If brother-in-law is going to be too cowardish to say something, you could always beat them to the punch and spill the beans for him. Would it be a dick move? Yeah, but also they shouldn't be co-opting your kid's birthday to announce a pregnancy. Yep. I know it's only 2 days away, but if father-in-law finds out now, he can fly off the handle now and has 2 days to calm down. Just brother-in-law has big news that you don't want to announce on the birthday. Father-in-law and others can start asking, what is it, and then you spill the beans. Or just tell the father-in-law and he'll figure it out soon enough. Hopefully. Not the arsehole. Unfortunately, your brother-in-law is a coward. Tell your brother-in-law that he has 2 choices. Either he tells the family ahead of time, or you do. Third choice is that he doesn't attend the party, or his other half doesn't, and after the party he can say, she wasn't feeling great because she's pregnant, and break it to his family that way. Your partner needs to speak to brother-in-law and lay down some rules. Not the asshole. Your brother-in-law doesn't get to commandeer your daughter's party. Announce that pregnancy tonight via group chat and preface it by saying that you didn't want people to be surprised to see brother-in-law's girlfriend pregnant at the party. Add that your brother-in-law will host a gender reveal party on another night because he doesn't want to ruin your daughter's party. Or call to cancel the party and tell them to ask brother-in-law for the reason when they ask why, and only have your family come to the party. Just when I thought I had seen it all, I find out that there are even more layers to petty that people can be. And announcing that you're cancelling, quote-unquote, the party because of brother-in-law and then forcing everyone to question him as to why that is an insanely petty move, but I'm here for it. I would love to see that happen. People in the comments are too damn creative. There are so many different ways to tackle this situation to make it not your fault that I wonder how many times people have used shit like that on me without me realizing it and being like, oh God, I've created a situation, haven't I? No, it just appears that there are petty puppet masters out there pulling the strings in the darkness, and I know the examples they gave are pretty obvious as to what OP is doing. I'm sure there are many other ways OP could go about this, in which brother-in-law is none the wiser to OP's petty ways. But I say, not the asshole for not wanting him to commandeer the daughter's birthday party. He himself has been too lazy and uninterested in breaking the news to everyone, and also just too lazy to get everyone together himself. That he's like, oh, well, you're already doing it for me, this is a fun event that everyone's going to be at. It's just easier for me to do it there after you've done all the hard work. Screw people like that. I genuinely hate that so much. And now, on to the update. Well, if anyone smelled smoke today, it was probably the dumpster fire that was my daughter's party. Firstly, father-in-law actually seemed to take the news pretty well. Surprisingly, mother-in-law was more angry that he waited so long to tell them. No scene was made, however, every conversation from that point forward was all about the baby and pregnancy and how girlfriend told her parents. Is there a name yet? Etc. Mother-in-law made a comment about how my husband and I can now give brother-in-law and girlfriend all of the baby stuff that we are not using anymore. As an added bonus, brother-in-law also decided to use the opportunity to tell everyone him and his girlfriend are engaged and they're planning a big move. To relocate closer to her family and, I guess, us, before she's due. So on top of the baby questions, there was also conversations about wedding planning and house hunting. As another addition, my sister and her daughter came. Except my niece has an active staph infection and has been on antibiotics for 24 hours, but this wasn't mentioned to us until the party was almost over. It was assumed to not be a big deal because all open wounds were covered and she'd had 24 hours of antibiotics. My husband was furious and pulled me to the side to say not nice things about it. After that, I shut down. I isolated myself, putting together my daughter's new toys. Everyone left pretty early and everyone was feeling tense. I'm feeling upset and defeated, and now I have to monitor my 3 young kids for signs of a staph infection and try to sanitize my house. I think I'm done having parties for a while. In the comments, so is your husband pissed at his family as well? 'Cause both your families suck. OP says, no, he's really pleased with how his family was. So, your husband definitely sucks. Classic I have a spouse problem situation. OP is being a doormat to her sister, to her husband, and to her in-laws. OP, you deserve better people around you. Especially considering your kids are 4, 2, and 3 months old. You really should surround yourself with better people with that type of children situation. Does anyone even help you with them? I don't mean this to sound rude or aggressive, but I think you need to consider what you're teaching your daughter by staying with this man that encourages this kind of behavior. She deserves her time in the spotlight, and she deserves to be raised in a home where her mom isn't disrespected this way. If things keep going this way, it's going to be really hard to make sure that your daughter feels valued, safe, and worth celebrating. I'm so sorry that you're going through this. You deserve to be treated better than this. Casually Yash says, honestly, yes, your sister did a trash thing by not mentioning the infection, but what is giving your husband the guts to give you an earful after what his family just pulled on you? I would shut this down damn quick. I think you and your husband need couples counseling at the very least. His family can walk all over you, no problem, but you are chastised for something you didn't even have knowledge of, niece's infection. Couples counseling is really necessary here. Thank you. The audacity of him being shitty to her when she didn't know about the infection while he knew all about his brother's plans. OP doesn't have an in-laws problem, but a husband one. I suggest a party with just friends and no family next year. You can meet grandparents and other family at McDonald's next year, and when you ask why no family at party, don't dignify an answer. Not the arsehole. You hate to see it. You really hate to see when this is the outcome of, I think, very good advice given in the first post, and it's that reveal of, oh, your partner just really sucks ass, huh? You've had 3 kids with this man? You're married to him? Ah, brother, this is the nightmare scenario that everyone warns about. My relationship is genuinely perfect in every way, except for points at the gigantic elephant taking up most of the room. Yeah, if that guy wasn't in the room with us right now, everything else would be perfect, but I just didn't think I needed to mention him in the first post, you know? That elephant guy, he's more of like he chills in the update after I kind of don't take the advice in the first post situation kind of guy. Though to be fair to OP, even if she did take the advice of those first posters, you'd still have a situation like this happening where they commandeered the birthday party regardless, because she herself would not be able to stop the shitstorm that was on the way, because her husband wanted it to happen, and then her husband seemingly doesn't like her. Like, is it not obvious that so many people are with partners that hate them? The shitstorm he caused, he's pleased with, but the golden staph infection that OP didn't know about and was hidden from her, yeah, she's a piece of shit, terrible partner that deserves to be shunned. Of course. Yeah, that makes so much sense. OP, break up with him. Just please break up with him. And I know it's not that easy, but it's only going to get worse from here, let's be honest. Anyway, I'd love to know what you guys think about this one in the comments down below. Let me know. Our next post is by user Pegasus Wonderbeast, and it's titled, Am I the arsehole here for snapping at my husband that he needs to get over his ADHD quirk? I really try to understand my husband's ADHD quirks and sensitivities, but this one made me snap. Apparently, I blink my eyes too loudly. It annoys him so badly that he's raised his voice telling me to stop and will storm out of the room if we're playing in bed, watching a movie, or trying to sleep. He says I don't do it all the time, but he cannot handle the noise of my blinking most nights. I finally snapped at him last night after he told me to stop doing it, saying something along the lines of, "You need to get over it or take responsibility of your ADHD and stop thinking this is normal." For context, he's been to therapy and has been on medication for ADHD, but has since quit because he doesn't like it. So am I the asshole for snapping at him? In the comments, Janice says, "Whatever this is, it isn't ADHD." Misophonia maybe? Maybe, but that requires an actual sound. Blinking does not make any sounds. Sometimes air can be trapped under eyelids, and that will make a very subtle noise, but the act of blinking itself is silent. It can make that little wet clicking sound, like when you open your mouth, but tinier. OP says that's exactly what he describes it as, wet glass clinking together. Yes, I have autism, and sometimes this bothers me, but I can only ever hear it from my own blinking. It usually means that I'm dehydrated too. Either way, he should not be screaming at you about this. If it's bothering him that much, earplugs may be a solution. I had a roommate with severe misophonia, and she would wear them to sleep, just seconding that I also have autism and can hear blinking. It can be so freaking frustrating. He still shouldn't shout at you. My daughter has misophonia, and for her, it's my breathing and general noises of my mouth. Car rides were brutal because we sit so close. Just the diagnosis helped because she had a name. As time passed, I realized anxiety and stress made it worse. Other triggers are doing the dishes. To this day, either she leaves the house and goes outside when I'm washing the dishes, or she will do the dishes because she's controlling the noise and it doesn't bother her then. The key factor to misophonia is it invokes a visceral response that is irrational. If he's normally a calm person, you might want to look into it. OP says, "This sounds so spot on. He definitely reacts similarly to other sounds, especially with my breathing and eating. We had a traumatic birth a few months ago, which has been very stressful, and his issues have certainly been worse along that timeline. This is all making so much sense now. Thank you so much, and I'm happy that your daughter has a diagnosis." Tessie replies, "His biggest hurdle is going to be the realization that he needs to figure out how to deal with it. It's unfair for him to expect you to walk on eggshells, and he certainly can't expect others to accommodate him either. My daughter is doing fantastic now. She is 23 years old, and if she's in a situation where she's triggered, she just deals with it." I love that in 2025, I feel like a lot of people would be like, I'm just going to ask ChatGPT about this one and see what ChatGPT has to say about it. And then it just gives them some like outrageous WebMD, you've got cancer in your ears kind of response. Probably not, it'd probably be the right thing. But I can only imagine what with the psychosis people were going through with that, like the, r/my AI boyfriend kind of stories that we have a lot of experiences that don't unfortunately get brought to Reddit because ChatGPT is stealing them from us. I would think it's very clear that this is misophonia in this situation and that OP just needed the kind of push from the comments to get him the help that he needs. But it makes me question in situations like this why people don't just go to the doctors and get a check-in and get this fixed before coming to Reddit. And obviously my situation is different. In Australia, we can just go to the GP. It doesn't cost an arm and a leg, and it's pretty convenient to do that. So maybe that's the answer to the question that I'm looking for. Accessibility strikes once again. And now, on to the update. I really appreciate everyone's comments. I had my husband read over them as well, and he agrees that taking his frustration out on me was not okay. While he hasn't raised this concern until recently, our best guess is that a traumatic birth back in June is likely causing a ton of stress and making it worse. We did test it out, and he can certainly hear me blinking, or some sound that aligns with the timing, even if his eyes are closed or I'm turned away. I agree with the folks saying that it's likely misophonia and not an ADHD symptom. He says it's like a wet glass clinking sound, similar to other people in the comments. He has apologized and agreed to go back to therapy, see his doctor for a potential diagnosis/full psych evaluation, and try earplugs. It could also be brought on by suddenly stopping his medication, so he's going to speak with his doctor about that as well. In the meantime, he's agreed to sleep on the couch if he can't cope and to not even bring up the blinking to me. Fingers crossed it lasts, and thanks again everyone. And thank you OP for coming back with that update. I do hope that it all goes well and that he can find a way to manage this, because I can't imagine living life hearing wet glass clinking sounds constantly and having responses to that, like he does. Lord knows all the goddamn construction outside of my house all the time does my head in. And if I had misophonia, I can't imagine that my sanity would stay intact. That's for sure. I doubt we'll get another update from OP on this one. To me, this seems like a pretty much case closed. We did it, Reddit. Woohoo. So with that, I'll say thank you for the update, thank you for the story, and I'd love to know your guys' comments on this down below. Our next post is by user Krusty Bagel Toes, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for taking my laptop back after my boyfriend's sister stole from us? I, 21 female, have a house with my boyfriend, 22 male. My boyfriend's sister, 17 female, feels like she has the right to enter our house at any time just because my boyfriend lives here also. So last night, at around 11:30, after my boyfriend and I had already fallen asleep, his sister walks into our house, and this wakes my boyfriend up. She asked if she could take a beer out of our fridge, and he told her no. She threw a fit, apparently, and slammed our bathroom door. My boyfriend thought that she would just leave after throwing her tantrum in the bathroom, so he came back to bed. After a while, we heard our front door slam, and my boyfriend got up to lock it, and we thought that that was that. This morning, while putting groceries away, I opened the drawer in the fridge where we keep our alcohol, and it was completely empty. I had bought a 24-pack of Seagrams on Thursday and only had one. So I asked my boyfriend if he moved them somewhere else. He told me no, and that his sister asked for a beer, and he said no, and thought she left after. I confronted her about it, and she basically told me that she used our bathroom and a friend must have come into the house and took them. This could be true, but my boyfriend only heard the door slam once after coming to bed, because the door won't close unless you slam it hard. If it was open long enough for her friend to grab the alcohol from the fridge and leave, my cat would have definitely ran out of the house. So her story was a lie to try to keep herself out of trouble. After thinking about it, I told her that I knew she was lying, and even if she wasn't, she was letting her friend steal from us, and told her she was being selfish and disrespectful. She went on a rant about how I was a bitch, and I controlled my boyfriend, and wasn't family to her anymore. When she said that, it made me pissed, on top of how pissed I already was about thinking she has any right to take stuff from my house because her brother lives here. I went to her dad's house and talked to him about it, and told him that I was sorry, but they were going to have to figure out another way for her to do her schoolwork because I was taking my computer back since I wasn't family anymore. He was fine with this, but now she's even more pissed off and telling my boyfriend that he is dead to her and telling him to get rid of me since I'm controlling. I have never been rude to her and have been there for her through breakups and tough times, but she treats me like this just because I'm upset that she stole from me. Am I the asshole? Edit, we forgot to lock the house that night and didn't really think anything of it. We can only lock the house when we are there because our landlord lost the keys. We bought a new door handle, but it doesn't fit in the hole that is in the door, so we're waiting on our landlord to approve us drilling a bigger hole into the door for the new handle. In the comments, Remote Visual says, "Not the asshole, but why does she have access to your house? You need to stop that from happening, and if your boyfriend is okay with his younger sister coming and going as she wants to and disrespecting you, then he needs to go too." OP replies, "He isn't, and he's told her this, but she's a brat and doesn't listen." It doesn't matter whether she's listening or not, there are steps that he can take to prevent her accessing your house. It appears he hasn't done so. So a minor is just wandering out at night stealing and drinking 24 beers? Does her dad give a damn about her at all? What is happening? It's obviously not your responsibility to deal with her, but I'm surprised her dad and brother don't seem to care. OP says, her brother does care, and he's pissed as well. Their dad says he's going to talk to her. No point in grounding her though, because she doesn't listen, and she broke her phone, so he can't take that away. Their dad needs to at least try to discipline her. She's 17, almost an adult. Their dad needs to be an actual parent before she does this shit as an adult and ruins her life. There has gotta be another way to discipline her. If grounding her doesn't work, there's no way a conversation is going to do anything. Y'all might have to find a way to get her in trouble legally, but for something minor where she'll just get a slap on the wrist with short-term jail time or community service. She needs a come-to-Jesus consequence to her actions pronto. Definitely not the asshole, and if she has a key to your home, I would confiscate it ASAP. Might be a good idea to change the locks instead. OP says, we don't have keys right now because the landlord lost them, and we only moved in a week ago. We have a new door handle, but it doesn't fit the door. Just waiting on landlord approval to make the hole in door larger. Oh, for the love of God, your landlord's procrastination and/or incompetence is forcing you to live in a house where you cannot protect yourself or your belongings from anyone, not just your boyfriend's sister. Why on earth did you move into this place if you weren't given keys? I'd be withholding rent until you're given keys. Tell the landlord if you don't get keys today, you'll be calling a locksmith yourself tomorrow and deducting the cost from the rent. That'll get him moving. And now, on to the update. We got our new door handle in. I feel safe and my belongings are secure. His sister is throwing a tantrum still and has disowned us as family. She sent my boyfriend and I long paragraphs at 2 a.m. last night. Told my boyfriend that he never sticks up for her and always takes my side. This is the first time that her and I have ever fought, and he's taking my side because he was also pissed that she was coming into our house and taking my stuff, and told me that I need to grow up because I make every outing awkward and make my boyfriend into a different person. His mum agrees with this, but believes I make him into a better, happier, and goofier version of himself. Does anyone get the feeling that this sister just gets enabled by the family and never has any pushback for the way that she acts? Like, I understand that people can be like this, even with proper parenting, but I really just get the feeling that there's never been any consequences for her actions, and it's led to this point. Just a completely vibes-based gut feeling, that one. Because what the hell is she doing outside by herself at 11:30, going in and taking a 24-pack of beers from OP's house? You want to be kidnapped and disappeared? Because that's how you get kidnapped and disappeared at 17 years old. And yeah, those comments about her needing a come-to-Jesus moment where something bad happens, but it's not the end of the world in terms of consequences, I feel like she's just going to bring that upon herself sooner or later. If OP were to step in and be the judge, jury, and executioner of an experience like that, she'd probably be doing more harm than good to the sister, if I'm completely honest. To me, this is a situation where OP and the boyfriend should just slowly but surely distance themselves from the sister, let her live her own life, not have access to them, and let her fall on her own sword. That's just how I would deal with the situation, but hey, if they want to intervene and cause more drama, more power to them. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update, OP. I'd love to know what you guys think of this one down below. Am I the asshole for not wanting to contribute to my stepson's college fund? Me and my wife Emily have been married for 12 years. Emily has a son, James, who is 17, from a previous relationship with Dan. Em left Dan when she caught him cheating with a co-worker. They shared 50-50 custody of James. I met Em about a year after he had left Dan, and a year later, Dan married his affair partner, and Em and I got married soon after. James never really bonded to me. I admit that I tried a little too hard initially to get him to like me, but backed off when I realized I was trying too hard and it was having the opposite impact. Over the years, we've built a tense acceptance of sorts, if that makes sense. Em and I have 3 kids, 10 female, 7 male, and 4 male. James doesn't have a good relationship with them either. He bonds well with Dan's sons, but doesn't like spending much time with our kids. He isn't mean to them, but just ignores them mostly. The eldest 2 now just avoid him when he is home. Em and I both have well-paying jobs, and early on, we decided that I would contribute 80% to our trio's college fund, and Em would do 20% because she would contribute 100% to James's college fund. We didn't know if Dan was making any such arrangements on his end, but we thought that at least this way, James would have something instead of nothing. Em recently sat down to talk to him about his college fund. He seemed happy with the financial help he was going to get. He went off to Dan's for the weekend, and when he came back, he asked Em about our kids' college funds. When he learned that the amount was fairly higher than his, he was upset. And when he asked about the disparity, Em told him about our college fund setup. He was furious to know that I hadn't contributed to his college fund. He said that I was just pretending to play family with him all these years, that I really didn't care about him and was a heartless asshole. Em suggests that we could take some of the money out of our youngest's fund and give it to James, and that she would add it back over time. But she said that it's my call, that she won't pressure me either way and would accept whatever I decided. Quite frankly, I don't want to do it. James idolizes his shitty father, even now that he knows he cheated on his mother. I could deal with his crappy behavior with me, but I never understood his attitude towards our kids. We even tried to go to family therapy, and he refused to go because I wasn't his family. But now when he needs money, suddenly I am family. I know I'm perhaps being petty, but I don't want to give him the money. Am I the asshole? Edit. I think some clarifications are in order. 1. I don't hate that James idolizes his father. I hate that he blames his mother for their family breaking up. When James was 13, he had heard from one of his older cousins on Dan's side what his father had done that led to Emily leaving. When he confronted her about it, she explained. We tried for therapy then, but that didn't happen. I'll explain later. Last year, he told his mother that he believes she was responsible. That instead of leaving Dan, she should have forgotten about what he did and continued to stay with him. Em was expectedly shocked, but when she asked him if the situation was reversed and she had cheated on Dan and he left her, would Dan then be blamed for the family breaking up? He said no, that would definitely be her fault, and made no further explanations. This was not as a result of an argument or heat-of-the-moment statement, ironically. This was a casual dinner table conversation. The other kids had to be excused from the table. Jesus Christ, what did I just read? 2. When Em and I had gotten together and things were starting to look serious, she had wanted to take him to a child therapist who could help him adjust better to the changing situation around him. Since they shared 50-50 custody, Dan's consent was needed and he refused. When we were going to get married, we tried for therapy. Dan said he got married before us and James had no issues. That we were overreacting and he didn't need therapy. When the above incident happened, when Em was pregnant with our daughter, and most recently after last year's incident. This time we asked him directly. We thought if he agreed to family therapy, then we could speak to our lawyer and work around the custody arrangement since he was almost an adult. This was when he refused therapy, saying I wasn't family. 3. For all those saying that I'm treating a teenager like an adult, that I made him feel like the other and not one of us, we tried. When we both started earning well, we wanted to splurge on our kids during birthdays and holidays. James was never excluded. Whatever our kids got, he got too. In fact, as he was older, he got to pick what he wanted. For his 11th birthday, he wanted to go to Disney World. Both of Dan's kids were invited. His youngest son and my daughter are the same age. He went, she wasn't invited. We stayed home. 4. We started the college funds about a year after our daughter was born. Em couldn't start one for James earlier since she was a stay-at-home mum when she was with Dan. It took her a while to get back on her feet. She wasn't in a position to immediately start a college fund for him. What a lot of you pointed out is right. He has been shortchanged. Em will rectify that and make up the deficit that he should get by the time that he starts college. But that will still not make it as much as the remaining 3. We have decided to sit and have a chat with him this weekend about everything. In the comments, Overrice says, he has 2 parents to contribute to college. They can find him. Sounds like Dan had better step up. OP says, I doubt that would happen. Dan has never been good at keeping a steady income flow and his wife is a stay-at-home mother. They aren't desperately struggling to make ends meet, but I could make an educated guess to say that Dan has probably not saved up for any of his kids' college funds. James, you're mad at the wrong person. You have 2 biological parents. One of them has saved up money for you, the other one hasn't. Not the asshole. But why in the world did your wife tell him about your other kids' college funds? It's simply none of his business, and giving him the details was just going to upset him. He was perfectly fine with the arrangement before he knew the younger kids are getting more than him. Your wife is the asshole for opening up a conversation about money with her 17-year-old son, and even more of the asshole for suggesting that you take money out of the other kids' funds to make James happy. I don't blame him for getting upset, but your wife needs to contribute more to his fund if she wants to make him happy. The bio dad definitely told him to ask about the other kids' college accounts. That would explain the sudden change in attitude after his weekend with Dad. Not the asshole. His father put that entitlement into his head that he should have the same amount as the other kids, except His own father should have been saving for him as well, and obviously did not. Agreed. His bio dad is stirring up major shit, and I wouldn't be surprised to find he's been sabotaging this situation for years. Or it's the dad's affair partner wife who is doing it to make sure all of their resources go to her bio kids and not James. Oh, that would be really sad if his bio dad was doing the same thing with his other kids, but not for his son at all. I like that comment saying that it's on the wife for revealing that information to James when it was not his business to know anything about it. Hindsight is 20/20 in situations like this, but just keeping him in the dark on that particular set of information would have saved a lot of heartbreak in this situation, and now you have to fight them and do some damage control. But if I were you, OP, I would fight him on you never contributing to his college fund, purely because of that first edit. Him saying that the breakup was her fault, and that if she had cheated, of course it would be her fault and not the dad's fault. She gets to lose in every situation. She's morally in the clear, yet she's the asshole, no matter what. And that the cheating dad in this situation gets to be off the hook, gets to instigate as much drama as possible, and never has to take any responsibility for anything, because he's just able to propagandize this son an unlimited amount. Just ridiculous amounts of propaganda going into that kid's brain. No, that's really not fair on you to now take money out of your kid's college fund and give it to him when him and his dad have been nothing but complete pieces of shit. Screw them. And now, on to the update. It's been an eye-opening weekend. Thanks to everyone who weighed in, even the aggressive ones. I knew what I was signing up for posting on Reddit. Before the update, a couple clarifications, because gaps in info turned into wild assumptions. When I said I came on a little too strong with James when we met, some of you pictured me grabbing a toddler by the neck and hissing, "Call me daddy." No, I was nervous and acted like an idiot and used an over-the-top baby voice because I'd barely been around toddlers. Emily later said that I sounded like a circus clown on 2 cartons of Red Bull. Cringe? Absolutely. But malicious? No. Many called my wife the asshole for sharing the college fund amounts for our kids. I showed her the post. She explained James came back from Dan's with questions on when the fund started, how much, etc. He said, paraphrasing, "So mine is X and theirs is Y?" With his X higher than our kid's Y. Without thinking, yes, stupidly, Emily corrected him and said, "No, yours is AAA and theirs is BBB." That snowballed into what I wrote earlier. It wasn't a diabolical plan to make me pay more, it was a thoughtless correction. With that out of the way, Emily, James, and I sat down for a conversation yesterday. James didn't want to talk to me, but I told him that if he expected me to even think about contributing to his college fund, then I've got loads of questions he needs to answer. It was an extremely long conversation, and many revelations came to be. So I'm going to give a summary of the things that we finally found out from James. Even before Emily and Dan had broken up, not divorced, they were never married. Dan had occasionally brought James to his affair partner's place, so James was familiar with the affair partner. After the breakup, Dan immediately moved in with his affair partner. Em, who was a stay-at-home mum until then, struggled initially to get back on her feet. Needless to say, James's home life with Em was a little more chaotic than at Dan and his affair partners. Em hadn't told James that she had left his father since he had cheated on her. Telling that to a toddler wouldn't make any sense, but apparently in the early days, Dan used to tell James that Em would eventually come back to him. I think he may have been holding out hope for reuniting with Em. And that's where I came in. Dan told James that as long as I am around, I would not let Em go back to Dan. When Dan married his affair partner, he told James that it was temporary. It was a way to make Em jealous. When we got married, he told James that it was my way of making it even more difficult for Em to get back to their family. When James had found out from his cousin on Dan's side that his father had cheated on his mother, which was the reason for their breakup, James had asked Em about it, and she had been open and honest about everything. When he confronted Dan about the same, he told James that Em had left him for a long time, and his loneliness made him miss her a lot, and so he found some comfort with a fair partner. Emily's father had met with a car accident, and she was with her parents for about 3 weeks to help them. And that was all the alone time that Dan could handle before he needed to dip his wick in something. But it was a reasonable enough explanation for James to absolve his father of all sins. When Em got pregnant with our daughter, Dan told James that I have started pumping my spawn into his mother. Exact words James used. James's family was destroyed forever. He told James that Em and I had been wanting to take him to therapy, which was actually a ruse. What we were really trying to do was take him to a doctor who would declare him a problem child, and then we would ship him off to boarding school so that we could continue to play happy family without being bothered by him. Only Dan and his family were fighting to keep James with them. James admitted that he had hoped his detached behavior around my family and happy and joyous behavior around Dan's would convince Em that my kids and I were evil and she would eventually leave us. But sadly, I kept knocking up his mum, making it harder for her to leave. Expectedly, Em was beyond distraught to hear everything. To be honest, in the moment I couldn't wrap my head around it much either. I asked if Dan had a college fund saved up for him and his sons. James said a fair partner's parents must have set up a trust fund for Dan's sons, but that does not include James since he isn't their grandson. Dan has not saved up anything for anyone. I asked James why he suddenly thinks that I should contribute to his fund when he has turned down every opportunity for us to be a family. He said he was actually okay with the amount that Em initially told him about, but Dan made him realize that we were undercutting him, so he came back to demand more. I then asked, if I pay the money, will that then make us family? Even if he can't accept me as a step-parent, can we be friends? Can he be a little more friendlier with my kids when he's around? He straight up said no. He said that after all of these years, he knows me or my kids are not the evil beings his father made us seem, but he still feels like I'm the reason his parents could never get back together again, and for that, he will always hate me. And since my kids are, well, my kids, he's never going to like them either. And since now he knows that Emily isn't going to leave her family, he said his plan was, once he was off to college, he would cut off contact with all of us. He does plan to eventually get back in touch with his mother when he feels that he is ready to forgive us for breaking up his family, but he can't do that right now. Emily and I have had a long and honest discussion. I have decided that I will not be making any contributions to James's college fund. Emily will continue the contribution that she was already making and hand it over to him once he turns 18. We will no longer be pursuing family therapy with James. We will not try to change James's mind about going no contact with us after he goes off to college. We've done all that we can do. We're going to stop now. If James is happy with Dan's family, then we're happy for him. It's going to be hard for Emily, but even she has accepted that after James's recent revelations, she's having a hard time reconciling her little boy with this cynical teenager. We have both taken individual and couples therapy before, mainly due to the stress and anxiety James's behavior used to put on us as a family. We are looking into starting again. Hopefully we'll be able to overcome this in time. In the comments, Sufficient Ad says, "Man, this is so sad and infuriating. I don't envy you. Dan is a piece of shit, and I'm sorry that James can't see the light, and I hope in the future he's able to grow and see who has actually loved him. James is a piece of shit too. Sorry, but he's saying that it was his mum who broke the family when it was his own father who was knocking a coworker. There's trauma, and then there's being a straight see you next Tuesday, and James is a see you next Tuesday. The father not just cheating but deliberately lying to him and saving nothing for college, all of which the kid knows. That kid is not right in the head to still blame Em. Yep, with all the betrayal from his dad, it makes no sense to pin the blame on Em. The kid's anger is just misplaced. Well, Dan sure influenced James to be an entitled asshole. I don't even want a relationship with you, but give me money. The nerve! Take care, OP. Dan is pure evil, And I hope James eventually wakes up to that fact. His father caused all of this, and your family is the target. Good luck in therapy. At this point, I kinda just want to walk back, even being upset at the wife in the first post. Like, it makes sense to reveal that information. It still is a bit upsetting that it came to this. But yeah, now I'm full on, I hate James, I hate Dan. Internally, I don't even want them to give James that money, but I know that that would cause more harm than good. So in order to at least have the possibility of having a relationship with James in the future, when he gets his head out of his ass, I feel like you do just have to give him whatever money accumulates by the time he turns 18 and just let him go live his life. I truly believe that eventually he will see how evil James was for doing all of that to him, and he will turn on James. There's always a chance that doesn't happen, but I would hope he does turn on James and comes down on him full force for putting him in such a delusional fantasy world where he so needlessly hurt OP and OP's partner. This all sucks. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that, OP. You didn't deserve that, and I hope that he gets better with time. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update. Our next post is by user Miss Rockdo, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole here for not siding with my wife over our son's ex-girlfriend's pregnancy? Our son, just turned 16, had a girlfriend. She's 16, almost 17, but they broke up about a month ago. About 3 weeks ago, we were informed by her parents that she is pregnant. She is slightly showing. The dates line up with my son's relationship. My wife and I went into full panic mode. We waited a couple of days before telling our son, who didn't know. He immediately said, 'It's not mine, I never fucked her.' I didn't believe him as I know he is active, quote-unquote. He did the sensible thing and asked me for protection. However, he kept on saying they never did it. He said he cheated on her, and I had a heart-to-heart with him, and he's an absolute shithead, but I began to believe him. He said he always raps, and he asked for restocks. My wife, on the other hand, still didn't believe him. Both families met. My wife started the conversation just accepting that our son is the father and was trying to figure out a solution, funding, etc. My son spoke up, saying it's not his baby as they never had sex. He was genuinely angry. And then he made a comment that I'm going to rephrase. Apparently, they only ever did a certain act which can't result in a baby, and it was unsatisfactory, so he never went any further with her. An absolute shithead, and we raged at him over it. His ex-girlfriend admits that they rarely did it, but explained the event, the when and where, and I will say that it was believable too. I know he's a complete liar. I know he's an absolute dog, but I believe him still. My wife, however, is angry with me for playing into his nonsense. She said I'm part of the boy culture. She said children born to teen parents are more likely to be teen parents themselves, and we were both 17 when my wife got pregnant. She said I'm worsening the situation by not living in reality, and she is left to figure out what to do on her own. To her point, I am hands-off on further meetings with the other family. I don't believe that we should have those discussions until it's proven that he is the dad. Am I the asshole here? Also, this is really ranty. I'm sorry, but I needed to let off some steam. Just to add, her parents don't want to do a paternity test until after the child is born. They said that it could harm the baby, but apparently it's harmless, so I don't know. So we cannot get a test done before then. Courts can't order one until birth. Another addition, I'm in the UK. In the comments, Shammy Dammy says, "You do nothing until there's a confirmed paternity test." Yeah, what else is there to say? The son sounds like a self-serving little asshole who was fully capable of lying his ass off to weasel out of accountability, but you're literally not going to know anything until one of them confesses to lying or paternity is tested. Yeah, exactly. Without a paternity test, it's just going in circles. Better to wait for proof before making assumptions. Yup, he can be a lying asshole and also not be the father of the baby. Stop fighting and get a paternity test. Teenagers aren't the brightest when it comes to sex and pregnancy. The paternity testing will clear up the whole who did what, and you can proceed rationally from there. And now a paternity test is just a blood draw from the mother rather than anything invasive to the baby. The girl's parents have old info if that's a concern. It's hard not to believe your own children and not be on their side. It's a natural instinct to go into protection mode. I would go along with it with emotional support, but insist on a paternity test before any money changes hands, and certainly before anyone gets attached to a baby. Apparently, these days you can do a NIP test, non-invasive prenatal paternity test, which is non-threatening to the pregnancy at around 8 to 10 weeks. Just a blood test from the mother. That would put everything to bed quickly, and your son can either move on with his life or grow up and learn a tough lesson about the consequences of life. OP on his and his wife's reactions to their son's situation. OP says, "So what's the lesson? Never date a girl in case she says you're the daddy when he knows? Well, I don't know for sure that he isn't. He's doing the test to prove to others, not himself. At least, that's how it comes across." His mother has said on multiple occasions about how disgusted she is by him continuing to lie and how embarrassed she is to have him as a son, etc. Some of the behavior that she has shown, in my opinion, is shitty. I would never say I'm disappointed in him. I will tell him that he's a shithead, etc., but I think that disgusted and embarrassing, etc., is strong. Like, I don't tell my wife how much respect I've lost for her over this. She has every reason to disbelieve him, but to outright reject any possibility that he's telling the truth is crazy to me. And if he is telling the truth, I don't think there's a way back for them. In her defense, I don't think she's excited. I think if she was given the option, she'd get rid of the issue tomorrow. I think people deal with things differently. Some people like denial, some people like to think, and others like to plan, and she has always been the latter. I think it helps her from going completely bonkers. No idea about my own trauma. Am I the greatest dad in the world? Definitely not. Do I see his current situation similar to my past? Right now, not really, to be honest. Man, this is like stepping into a fever dream. There are so many more comments by OP in this situation as well. He just replies to everyone, it feels like. But yeah, I'm with the comments in this situation. Get a paternity test, and it seems like they are getting a paternity test, and then deal with it after that. The son is obviously acting like a see you next Tuesday, and whether that's your influence as parents or his environment that he has grown up in, who knows? But to me, it really just sounds like he's not going to be a part of this child's life at all, if it is his. You know, it's not looking good. This is a very grim situation, and really only the mum is acting normal, I guess. She's having the expected reaction being like, we need to plan ahead for this, you know, it's no use fighting about the past and some he said, she said. Let's start planning for any actuality. All I can say is I'm glad that I'm not a part of that situation personally. And now, onto the update. I didn't think that I'd be coming back so soon, and this is probably more suited to an advice sub rather than an asshole sub. Cursing, sexual references, etc. For the short story, the text message that backs up her story, another meeting, went worse than the first, he's not coming home, mother-son relationship is effed up, and husband-wife relationship is also effed. His ex has text messages to a friend around the time in which she discussed my son's large, with a mark, organ, and the type of sex they had. The messages align with what she says and go beyond the oral that he had said. My wife gloated, but anyway. Insane sentence. Insane to gloat about that. My wife invited them over without my knowledge. It was carnage. She, my son, and I were sitting on one side of the table, and he told his mum that she should sit on the other side, and he wouldn't start a conversation with her until she moved over. She eventually did. Our son was very quiet at the beginning. He admitted that he has the mark and is large, something I never needed to know, but he maintained it was just oral. Yes, It is big. Yes, it has a mark on it. Can a young man catch a break here? He started winking at his ex's mother. What? When she asked why he was winking at her, he said, "Your husband is gayer than Philip Schofield, so I'm sure you'd like a go in my lodge." Most British sentence ever. He turns to his ex's dad and says, "Philip," his name's not Philip, "it's not for you," followed by a gay slur. I was speechless at it all. My wife said to my son to stop denying it. My wife started planning again. I said I'd still want DNA preferably, but now immediately at birth. They stuck to birth. Oi, what, bruv? By the order of the Peaky Blinders, your husband's gayer than Philip Schofield. She'd love a go on my lodge, innit? Oh, Philip, you're one of them expletives, innit, bruv? My son spoke up. He said that this is not how this is gonna work. He told them that they get the test done now, or he will refuse to get tested until he's finished college. So 6 years' time approximately. He said courts won't expect maintenance from a kid. And in that time, the SLUT who gave birth to him, my wife, will have spent so much money and will love a kid that is unrelated to her. He said hopefully that spirals the SLUT into a very dark place. They said they just court order it. He said that a court cannot force him, some autonomy thing. He seemed confident, and turns out he's right. He was walking out, and his mother grabbed his arm to come back in. He said, "Get your dirty hand off me, you SLUT." He said he'd fight back if she didn't let it go. I told her to let him go. He said he was staying at a friend's, and he's been staying there a bit. This is an absolute mess, Jesus Christ. I went out and said I'd drive him. He agreed. In the car journey, he said he knows I don't believe him anymore, but he didn't F her. He said school is horrible, social media is horrible, and your wife, he didn't call her mum, is a bitch. I said you can't speak about your mum like that. He said she's a woman that gave birth to him and minded him, but that's all. He said she doesn't care how he is coping. She's never even asked. When we got to his friends, he cried a bit. He said it's nothing to do with me, but he won't be home much anymore. He said hopefully I'd still hang out with him. I know his friend's father from the pub. He started talking to me. I was going to give him money because my son is over there a lot, but he refused. He said my son told him everything. He's a counselor. He said girls can exaggerate to friends, boys can lie. He said he knows my son since he was tiny and he believes him. He also said that he might have more information than I do. No idea. He warned that we are going to lose him if we are not careful. I went home. I told my wife that if she so much as says one word to me or our son about the baby without a test being done, we are over. If she doesn't apologize to our son in the next few days and beg him for forgiveness, we are done. I sadly do mean it. It wasn't heat of the moment. By her reaction, I think we are done. I do love her. We're childhood sweethearts, but my son is my son. It is not a matter of believing him. I probably don't. It's a matter of being there for him. He was always a shithead, but his behavior is erratic and almost asking for help. It's worrying how quickly he has changed. He's the priority for me right now. Counseling and plenty of it. In the comments, I'm glad you're standing up for your son and you are realistic that the baby could be his, but it may not be. I'm also glad that you've told your wife what the situation is and what needs to happen. She's entitled to her feelings, but she needs to worry about her child before she starts to worry about a baby that may or may not be related to her. Stand firm on your limits and your decisions. Please keep us updated. OP replies, "Thanks. I don't think there will be another update if I'm honest. I think I'll be moving out, getting a place, bringing our son to my new place. I'd say he wants a new school even. I always asked how he was, but I don't think I realized how bad he's feeling. Parenting failure on my behalf. I hold my hands up. Hopefully he'll change his mind and do the paternity test when it is born, but I don't know." Another commenter says, "You can get a DNA test during pregnancy without harm by choosing a non-invasive prenatal paternity test. an IPP, which involves a blood draw from the mother and a cheek swab from the father. This test is safe for both the mother and the unborn child, as it uses free-floating fetal DNA from the mother's blood, unlike risky invasive procedures like amniocentesis or chorionic villus sampling, CVS. So why don't they do the DNA test now? Why not just put the entire argument to rest with proof? OP says, you can't get that done without the girl's permission. They won't do it. They have this weird thing that it might hurt the baby, but it's just blood. Someone else asks, is there a possibility that the ex-girlfriend knew who the father is? OP says, maybe she does know. I also wouldn't put it past her parents to just not believe the doctors. They are upper class, but kind of strange. Strange is probably the wrong word. Someone else says, you were coddling him. He is awful. He needs to be in counseling, but the crap he was spewing, including thinking any college would want him after her parents inform all colleges about his behavior, is shocking, cruel, and speaks to him being involved with someone either internet-related or something he is learning either from you or his friends. Edit, also, your son would not be a kid while in college. Why does he believe that he just gets to slide for 6 years? And then call a girl he willingly had sex with names, as well as his mother? And you're backing this? OP says, we are in the UK. Colleges don't work the same way. I fully admit I'm coddling him. I think he needs to be coddled. He also needs counseling, but even his friend's father hinted that he needs to come first right now. Someone else says, OP needs to get his son into emergency counseling immediately, as there is a chance that the son might do something to himself. OP says, that has crossed my mind. His friend's father said that he'd keep an eye on him and keep talking to him, but honestly, it's why I feel I have to move out. He is struggling. I'm not defending him. His behavior is ridiculous, but he needs support, and as you say, a metric ton of counseling. Alondria18 says, I hated all of this. I hated everyone in this. Everyone has decided to somehow make the right, and then the absolute worst choices, which is both impressive and horrifying. I'm hoping the girl fits into a scared pregnant teenager just following her parents' lead category right now. That is the only thing that could make any of them kind of redeemable. But more likely than not, they are all the worst, and pretty soon another person will be involved that will also probably be raised into being the worst. Edit, by the worst, I don't mean she in particular is worse than the others. Before editing my post while writing it, I referred to the entire group as the worst. They all would be the worst. The royal worst. You know it's a banger of a story when I have to break the fourth wall and start ad-libbing. This entire section of story is worse than a dumpster fire. At this point, I don't even know if I can back what I said in my first take of this with the mum being the only reasonable one in this situation. I don't know if anyone is sane in this whole situation now. Yeah, like that commenter said, everyone did the right thing and then they chose the worst thing possible. At this point, I don't even know if you can salvage this situation. This is so bad. And I'm just gonna say it. Like I said before, thank God I'm not dealing with something like this. Can we all just come together and agree? Like, life is a lot better when you're not the one having to be the victim of a situation like this? My God. Obviously, it's not the end of this story, because there's probably more updates to come. They've left us on a bit of a cliffhanger, and I'm very curious to see how this situation resolves, if it does. I really hope that the production company dealing with this one doesn't cut funding for the new season that they're about to put out on this one. My critique on Letterboxd will be crazy if they do. So, OP, please keep us up to date with the happenings of your life. I'm very curious what happens next. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update. Am I the asshole for telling my fiancée her tattoo of my dead brother makes me uncomfortable? Okay, so for context, my older brother, 30 male, while I'm 29 male, passed away 3 years ago in a motorcycle accident. This effed me up severely and still does. He was my best friend, and we had that whole inseparable since we knew each other type shit, even if he was older. He was never the stereotypical older brother bully sort, and I loved him for that. Anyway, my fiancée, who I'll call Bella, is 28 female, and I met him only a few times, but always said she admired our bond as she has no real siblings of her own. Only step, but they aren't close. A few weeks ago, Bella surprised me with a fucking tattoo that she got in memory of my brother. It's this pretty fucking big, realistic, grayscale tattoo of his face with a little Snoopy icon beside it on her upper arm, with his nickname that we use, and his birth and death dates underneath. When I saw this, I was fucking stunned. She said she did it as a tribute to him and to support me because she knows how much I still struggle with grief. I honestly didn't know what to say at first, but the more that I sat with it, the more it bothered me. I told her, gently, as much as I could to be honest, that I appreciated the gesture, but found the tattoo really uncomfortable. Like, it's unsettling to see his face on my fiancé's body. Like, it's too much, especially since they barely even knew each other. She got upset and said that I was being weird about a nice gesture and making her regret doing something beautiful. Her words. Now she's distant, and my mum thinks that I should just be thankful that someone loved my brother enough to memorialize him. But first off, I didn't ask her to do this. Now I'm stuck with a fiancé that won't even talk to me properly, and my brother's perfectly black and grey eyes staring at me when I'm laying beside her. And honestly, I don't even want to think of how horrifying having sex would be with that on her arm. Am I being unreasonable? Asshole-ish? Is it in my right to ask her to get it covered up or zoinked off? I guess I'm adding some additional details because I don't know how to respond individually. My fiancé and I both have tattoos, and many of them. I have smaller ones, and she has bigger ones. To my knowledge, neither of us are mentally ill in any capacity, and we aren't on medication. I can't believe I even have to write this. And ever since my reaction, she's been wearing longer-sleeved shirts in the daytime, and at work she has to anyway, but that's for home too. It's only during bedtime that I really see it with her wearing tanks, and it physically hurts. In the comments, Grave Bunny says, "Not the arsehole." That is a wild overstep on her part. It's one thing to support you through grief, it's another to permanently tattoo your brother's face on her body when they barely knew each other. That's not a tribute, that's weirdly possessive of your grief and your bond with him. You have every right to feel uncomfortable seeing your late brother's face on your fiancé's arm every day, especially in intimate situations. It doesn't mean that you don't appreciate the sentiment, it just crosses a line. She should have asked you before making such a huge decision involving someone so personal to you. Weirdly possessive of your grief is such a spot-on way to describe this. OP says, "I really liked that too. And while I think my fiancé didn't have any bad intentions regarding this, it does feel fitting." Grief thief is the term that I've heard. It's weird, and you're 100% not the asshole. It makes complete sense to feel uncomfortable by that. Yes, and isn't it totally weird to get this tat on her? She might be a little off plumb. Not really a fan of memorial portrait tattoos, and this seems even stranger. I'm actually feeling a little icky about it. I can't imagine, as you say, having sex with your brother's eyeballs staring at you. Not the arsehole. This is a huge red flag, and some real pick-me, look-at-me behavior. She barely knew the guy, so got his whole face so that she could wear your grief like a badge of honor. This is creepy and showing some concerning behavioral crap. Put a pause on the wedding and get both of you some individual therapy. I'm not going to say break up, but man, there are crazy signs. Especially because she has to know that anyone who sees it will immediately be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss," without even knowing the context. It really seems like an attention thing, and it's pretty disturbing. Also, she doesn't get to decide that she did something beautiful. How the very creepy and weirdly selfish gesture is received is entirely up to you. And in regards to your mother saying that at least someone loved him enough to do this, The entire point is that she didn't love him. She didn't even know him. Yeah, what the hell is going on? I'd have just the same reaction as OP in this situation. Why did she do that? Why make that a surprise? I mean, we just had that story the other week of the surprise puppy, and we all know that surprise puppies ain't it. You gotta kinda know that the person you're gifting it to on the other end is cool with it, and usually that's just something you buy for your kids because you know you're gonna look after that thing. But a memorial tattoo of the dead brother? Why? Why would you do that? That's so insanely weird. Like, the only reason I can think of why she did it in private like this and didn't tell him is because she knew damn well he'd be like, what is wrong with you? Absolutely not. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that. What, was she scared of him shooting down her terrible idea? Is that why she had to go against, I want to say, better judgment, but I don't even think she has better judgment in this situation. There was no better judgment. There was no critical thinking at all from this woman. What's wrong with her? Not the asshole OP. And now, onto the update. To summarize, she said she simply got the tattoo because she thought that it would symbolize the extent she would go to love me and support me, and said that in that way, I had both people I loved so much in the same place. These are her words and not mine. That is such broken logic. I hate that. She did say that she was sorry and that she wouldn't have done it if she knew that I wouldn't have liked it. I asked her why she hadn't spoken to me about it prior, and she says that it wouldn't have been a surprise then, which is what she wanted it to be. She also said, and I'm remembering this fresh and am internally cringing as I write this, that the tattoo was meant to be a symbol of a new beginning because we're going to get married in a couple of months, and she wanted to turn over old leaves. I'm still stuck on what she meant, so I'd appreciate any word sleuths helping me in this. To wrap it up, I said I didn't want to end our relationship over this, and I really wanted to move on from it, but that she needed to either cover it up or laser it off, and she was, to say the least, not very happy about it. Said a cover-up would be complicated and would take too long, said laser might be painful and look scary from the videos, and also said she likes how the tattoo looks, along with her other ones, and asked if I'd be okay with her just covering it up, either with clothes or foundation. I was as firm as I could be. Mind you, this is the woman that I've loved for 5 years straight, so admittedly I'm soft, but I reiterated that I wanted it gone, either by a cover-up or laser. She was quiet then, and that's honestly where the conversation ended. She already left for work at 10, and I'm going to start my own work now, as I work remotely from home after I finish this. Anyways, I hope this one works out, and I'd appreciate any advice. I did read a comment that shamed me for taking this to Reddit instead of speaking with her first, so I will prioritize our communication first, but will hopefully keep this updated. Thanks for all the help for now. Hey man, screw that Redditor that did that. OP, if you ever hear this, don't feel bad about coming to a neutral third party to sort out all of your thoughts first, before you just raw dog the situation and say something insane that is not going to help your relationship and is only going to damage it further. The person that said that was probably 16 years old with no life experience, so just ignore them. In the comments, T-Nug says, she wants to turn over old leaves, yet tattooed one to her body and is complaining about you validly wanting her to cover it up. This is exactly what I thought when I first read it. Also, turning a new leaf is a strange way to describe a tattoo memorializing someone. To be honest, her actions and her explanation make me think that she's extremely codependent. It sounds like she was trying to make your grieving process about her in some way. Turning over a new leaf sounds like she wants you to put the grief in the past because it's not actually about her. I went through something similar with my ex, trying to insert himself in my loss and trying to control how I grieved, wanting me to need him in a certain way instead of just being there for me. I would suggest seeing a therapist, both for grief and to be sure of your relationship. I'm not saying leave her, but there are multiple red flags here, and I don't mean the ink. Sunkissed Rebel says, bro, she literally just said break up if you don't give her what she wants. That's not a partner, that's someone looking for a free ride. Did you ask what she meant by turning over old leaves? And OP says, I was going to, yes, but she asked to speak first without interruptions, so by the time I got around to discussing it as a whole, I'd forgotten. Turning over a new leaf is just an expression to mean new beginnings. Like an example from my childhood, he was a naughty kid, but he turned over a new leaf and started behaving better. Well, we know that, but how does that apply to her tattoo? That's the question, because it makes no sense. OP says, exactly. I knew what the saying meant, but not how it applied. I'm upset that OP didn't get that information from her, because what the hell is she going on about? The tattoo would symbolize the extent that she would go to love me and support me, and that you had both people that you love so much in the same place. No. Did you ask ChatGPT about this? Is that what she's doing here? Has she got ChatGPT psychosis, where she's like, oh yeah, I mean, the robot told me that it would be a good idea. But funnily enough, the robot also says that everything I do is a good idea too. So I just went ahead and had no more critical thinking about it because I outsourced my critical thinking to a machine. Yay! What a lovely world 2025 is. And if ChatGPT is not the reason for her doing this, that's even worse. Come on. She even said that she wouldn't have done it if she knew that I wouldn't have liked it. Why did she not factor that into the equation of, maybe I should ask him first. What might he say? And there exists a universe in which he says, I don't like it. And she could have immediately been like, okay, I won't get it then. But no, she hates communication by the looks of it. I know that she gave reasons as to why she hadn't done it, because she wanted it to be a surprise, and that she wanted it to be a symbol of a new beginning. But that is just such bullshit to me. I don't buy that. That's an excuse. Genuinely, OP, put that wedding on hold until she covers it up or gets it removed. I think she has some gall to be upset at you over making that request. That is so incredibly weird that she would do that and now fight you on it. I don't think you two are ready to be married. Let's be so for real right now. If you're having this big of an argument over a stupid decision of hers that should have been a 2 yes, 1 no kind of situation, especially because it is something so close to you, and I feel like anyone knows you don't get someone that is not your partner tattooed on your body like that without very good reason, and I don't think this was good reason. I'm gonna say it again. Put that wedding on hold. What the hell is going on? Our next post is by user Thick Stuff, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for telling my ex-husband he can't stay with me? So my ex-husband wants to come see me and the kids, and I told him no problem. That would be cool. For some context, he lives in another state now. He says he wants to stay for 2 weeks, and I'm like, oh, the kids would love that. But here is where he feels that I become the asshole. He then proceeded to tell me that he's gonna stay with me, and I told him, no, you're not. You can get a hotel because you're not staying at my house. Then he says, oh, so you want me to pay to come out there? Pay for a hotel? Spend money while I'm out there just to see the kids? I said yes. I then told him that if he can't afford it, then he can stay for a weekend and then a hotel wouldn't be that expensive. But he's not staying with me. So now it's, I'm keeping him away from the kids because I won't let him stay with me and feed him every night while he's here. So am I the asshole for not letting him stay? In the comments, Narnia Mouse says, all you needed was the title. No, you're not the asshole for not wanting your ex-husband to stay at your place. The fact that he tells you that he's going to pretty much tells me why he's an ex. Not the asshole. Your ex needs to check out campgrounds where he can treat the kids to some fun. I doubt his mere presence at your house for 2 weeks would be a treat for anybody. Tell him nope on room and board at your place and don't waffle. I was gonna say, if he doesn't have a lot of money, then he should look at hostels. But a campground would be inexpensive and potentially more fun for the kids. No, he's insane. He can get an Airbnb like a normal father. Why would he even want to stay with you? Oh, because he's cheap, he's nosy, he wants you to cater to him, and he wants to snoop. You're 100% correct in not letting him stay. What an invasion of privacy. He can F off. If he still wants to see his kids, he will figure it out. Let's not forget that he wants to get laid. My ex-brother-in-law was upset that his ex said no. That, or he wants to go on a couple of dates after the kids are in bed, or even before bedtime, just to show OP what she gave up or what she's missing. I had exes that would just die inside if they didn't prove to me what a huge mistake I made in leaving the catch of the year that was them. Blew my mind to watch grown-ass men act like 16-year-old girls with shattered egos. The audacity of this man to request that and then to pressure you when you say no, absolutely not. Hobosexual alert. Sad and pathetic hobosexual card denied. Stay out of my house, buddy. No normal person would ask a question like that. It is not normal for your ex-husband to stay at your house like that. Especially if it hasn't been discussed properly and it's not an amicable, respectful, co-parenting relationship where that is normalized, in which, from my experience, doesn't really happen. Though I have seen examples where husbands and wives have broken it off, but they still go out with their kids and do things together. They are still able to enjoy each other's company without that becoming an enmeshment thing, but that is incredibly rare, in my opinion, and it takes two exceptional parenting figures that have respect for each other and boundaries to make something like that work, which obviously he doesn't in this situation. Screw this guy, not the asshole. And now, onto the update. Okay, so let me put some more context to the story, because some people seem to think that he pays child support and alimony, and that's why he doesn't have money, but that's not true. He does not take care of his kids. He has not physically seen his kids since my son was 6 months, and he's never seen my daughter in person. He is ordered to pay child support, but does not, so everything I do for the kids comes from me, and I have given him several suggestions. I've even suggested that I take the kids to him, and I'll get the hotel, and he can come pick up the kids, and they can spend the day together, and whatever, but now he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't have a stable place to live. That's his excuse. I offered to pay for the kids' activities, whatever they wanted to do when he came out here, and no, I was not going to be there with them, and that way he can pay for the hotel. He said no, the only way he's going to come out here is if I let him stay at my house, and that I was stopping him from seeing his kids, and I told him that, well, take me to court. Because nowhere in our court documents does it say that I'm supposed to support him to see the kids. Matter of fact, it says because he moved that it's his responsibility to get the kids or for me to pay half. I would let him stay, but I know him, and that 2 weeks is going to turn into more, and then it's going to be he just doesn't want to leave his kids. He just wants to stay with me until he gets on his feet, which is the main reason that I'm saying no. I would never keep my kids from him. I never talk bad about him. The kids love him, and every time he tells them he's going to show up, he doesn't. And somehow, it always becomes my fault. In the comments, Grey Blue Girl says, quote, he doesn't have a stable place to live. As I said before, he won't leave. He's a hobosexual and is using his children as leverage to get in your house. Your kids don't love someone that they haven't met. They deserve better. Get real with yourself. It's not love for him, it's hope for a dad. He keeps taking that hope and stomping on it, and that's the real damage he's doing to those kids. The kids aren't craving him, they are craving a father figure, and he keeps proving that he's not it. Document everything. You are doing this correctly. Hobosexual is using his alimony and child support as an excuse to not be a dad. That's on him, not you. Keep your boundaries firm and document everything. Exactly. OP's been more than fair, and he's just trying to shift blame. Stay strong and keep the receipts. Your kids don't know him. How on earth do they love him? OP says they know who he is what I call a FaceTime dad. He calls them and talks to them. They know that he's their dad. Sounds like he is dad at his own convenience. If this hobosexual ever moves in, you will have another dependent. Please do not breed with him again. Let's all repeat to OP, please do not let this man in. Please do not breed with him again. He's shown that he cannot be trusted, and you know what he's gonna do. I trust that you're not going to let him into the house, so I'll leave the ball in your court on that one, OP. But if you ever do come back with another update, please, for the love of God, tell me that he did not get to be in your house and he is not implanting himself in your life again and doing a redemption arc. Homosexuals do not deserve that. Let him come of his own volition and make him stay somewhere else in town if he actually does want to come see the kids. Which I doubt. I doubt he does, and I doubt it'll happen. Thanks for the story, and thanks for the update, OP. Our next post is by a throwaway account, and it's titled, My 29 female, boss/best friends, 45 female, only son, 22 male, passed away last week. I'm pregnant with her son, ? I'm having mixed emotions in this whole situation. I feel like I'm a traitor, like I stabbed her in the back for sleeping with her son. At the same time, I really cared about him and I loved him. I wanted a family with him and we were seeing each other for about 9 months, officially, already. I've known her for a little over 2 years and she's helped me get on my feet. I work for her business and I now manage all of the employees. I started off living in my car and she gave me a place to stay while I made some money to find an apartment. After that, she started giving me more work and even started giving me some work at her home. She trusts me completely, and I guess I broke that trust by seeing her son without her permission. I have mixed feelings because I did things the wrong way, but at the same time, I treated her son like a king, and I know that she was happy with me before he left. She has no idea about the relationship we had, and we were gonna tell her, but life took a bad turn. I know he left before his time because we had many great things coming, and now I have to raise our child with him absent. When is the right time for me to go tell her the truth and that she's going to be a grandmother? I love her, and I don't want this to hurt her more. In the comments, NYC Storyteller says, I'm sorry for your loss, and for hers, and for your child who will grow up without its father. Her son was old enough to make his own life choices without his mum's permission. However, it is kind of messy to secretly date your boss's child. I would tell her that you lied to her about knowing who the baby's father was because you were scared about her reaction, and you need to apologize for that. Tell her that you would be glad to give her some space and time to process, and that you're hoping that she will eventually be excited to be a grandmother, even though it's a lot to process right now. Wow, this is a hell of a situation, and I'm sorry for your loss, honestly. I'm not sure what the root problem was for her. She clearly respected and cared for both her child and you. Logically, I would think that she would be relieved and happy to have a grandchild from her recently lost son, but I don't know all the details here. You might as well let her know, assuming that you're far enough along in the pregnancy to communicate that. Ideally, the two of you can work together as a team, as I'm sure that's what her son would have wanted. OP replies, I hope she's happy about it. I love her, and I loved her son so much. If she would have approved, I think I would have married him eventually. It's been tough, but I at least know that I'll have a reminder from him. And yeah, I'm more than halfway along the pregnancy. I just have been holding his mother off on knowing that he's the father. She's excited for my pregnancy, she knows that, but she doesn't know that it's his baby. It's just whatever says. Do you know why she didn't want the two of you together? Outside of her resistance, this seems like a good situation, at least initially. OP says, she didn't actually say that ever. I just thought that he was off limits, since I'm her best friend and that's her son. Oh my gosh, that's even better. You might be in a situation where an awful scenario can be given a silver lining by just using some direct communication. Back up to the post, OP says, edit. I forgot to clear things up. She knows I'm pregnant, she just doesn't know who the father is. These comments really are not super helpful. If I could trade my life for his, I would. I'm only willing to live on for my baby now, but I have nothing else going for me. Edit 2. I talked with her last night after we had dinner. I apologized for hiding it from her, and I told her that I didn't want any money or anything from her. I just wanted her to be able to enjoy her time with her grandchild. I was honest with her on how our relationship started and how much I loved her son. She had her doubts about it and told me she knew something was up between us two, but she didn't say anything because she wasn't sure and she didn't want to make assumptions. She was very upset at first and told me that I should have never hid things from her, and that she would have accepted us together if she knew my intentions were clean and that I wouldn't hurt her son. I showed her pictures of us together, places we went, our messages, and she broke down crying. She looked very upset, and I genuinely thought that she was going to hit me because it looked like she was about to slap me. She asked me to leave and give her some space. I left home, and she called me at midnight and asked if I could come back and spend some time with her. We finished talking, and I offered her to take a DNA test so she could see that it is her grandchild. She believed me on what I said, but she told me that I should have never hid things from her, because now she regrets not being able to support us since the beginning. She kept asking to hold my stomach and feel her grandchild, and she told me that she would be there for the baby. I told her that I would leave work and leave her alone if she didn't want to see me anymore. But she told me no, to stay and keep on moving forward how we were before. I apologized a dozen times, and she told me she was happy that she still at least has a part of her son in me. She's been very emotional, and she's just been wanting to feel her grandchild, and she has been so nice to me. I just assured her that I treated her son with respect, and that I was very loving with him. Hopefully she is still accepting of the whole situation in the long run. I'm so confused. This reads as like such a beautiful situation, and that your friend OP, the grandmother of your child, is just very conflicted because this is very sudden for them. Why do you keep telling us that you hope she accepts this in the future? You hope that this lasts. You hope that she doesn't kick your ass to the curb. Everything is tinged with cynicism. And you haven't exactly dived deep into why that is. I mean, you said you were keeping the relationship with her son a secret. That's understandable. But you say that she's your friend. Are you feeling imposter syndrome? Is that why this is happening? I'm so confused as to why OP keeps alluding to some impending doom. It doesn't make any sense to me. And now, onto the update. I know it's been a while, and I just wanted to give some closure. I probably won't use this account again, and I'm trying to get through the hundreds of messages I got. It was really hard at first. I really didn't get a chance to grieve for him, and I still miss him. I had my baby, but it wasn't easy, and there were some complications, and I almost lost him. Now my baby is healthy, and he resembles his father so much. He honestly doesn't look like me much compared to his dad. Along the way of all of this, my friend had her times where she would randomly go off on me and be upset, but I get why, and I forgave her. After that, she's been nothing but supportive. She was there for me when my son was born, and she cried so much the first few days. She has been offering for me to live with her since she wants the baby close to her, but I've declined to show her that I'm really not just after her money. She always wants the baby, and honestly, she is such a help at work because she is always holding him or has him in her office with her while I'm working, and I don't need to find a babysitter to trust. She spoils him and buys any baby supplies I need, and I am so grateful. I just really miss her son. I can't ever sleep at night knowing he won't ever get to meet the little baby that he and I made together. I just want to cry every time I think about him, and it's hard seeing how much my son resembles him. How can I thank her for being so wonderful to me and her grandchild? I love her so much, and I still feel for the way that things happened between us. In the comments, Law Prestigious says, just go up to her and say thank you. OP says, I thank her every day, but I don't think it's enough. It is. You're good. You don't need to go overboard because she's not doing it out of obligation. She's coming from a place of love. Love for you, for the baby, and also for her son. If this situation calls for anything, a thinking of you gift/gesture would be appropriate. For example, thought you'd like a coffee, smoothie, cupcake, so I got you one as well. And just show up for her as best as you can. It sounds like you are doing that. It takes a village, you know. You're very lucky to have one another. I wish you love in your time of healing. Having her grandson when she's lost her son and letting her be in the baby's life is really all she wants or needs. I'm sure she's just as thankful to you. Maybe you could write her a heartfelt letter in a really nice thank you card with some flowers. I know I've treasured the nice letters that I've gotten. When my mum passed, I found a collection of special cards with notes that she had gotten. It wasn't all of them, but just the ones that were the most meaningful. In the future, just make sure that you get her gifts for Christmas, birthday, and above all else, Mother's Day. Especially if your ex was an only child. Make sure you and the baby invite her to a special outing on Mother's Day. I'm sure the first few will be really hard, and she may be more sad than seem like she's enjoying herself, but power through. I know you may feel like you are not getting a Mother's Day by taking care of her, but she's making every day easier for you, so I would do it. Reading between the lines, OP sounds like she had a rough childhood. People from happy, stable families don't usually end up homeless and living in their car at 27 years old. Notice how she doesn't talk about her own family or support system? Sounds like best friend was her only support in her life, so I understand her feelings. Also, given her expectation that she needed her friend's permission and expected she would react negatively, as well as her fear she would slap her when OP finally became clean, as well as other things, OP has clearly got a lot of issues likely stemming from a shitty upbringing. She's also high risk for PPD, and I wish she would go see a doctor about it. But I doubt she will. I also worry that Grandma might get a bit invasive, because that kid is all she has left of her own son. I'm so happy that their little family has each other. That child is likely to grow up smothered with love and in the best possible of ways. I can respect that OP is trying to demonstrate that she is not after her friend's money, but I'm also glad that she's otherwise not refusing invaluable help. That said, OP probably will have a hard time starting a new relationship unless her friend/mother-in-law sees her as a replacement daughter and not someone who will diminish her role in her precious grandson's life after she finds a new man. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot you could say and kind of assume from this story, just because I feel like we don't often see someone from OP's perspective being this insecure and this kind of beaten down by life in the way that she is always so cynical and always so pessimistic in her approach with everything. I really hope that she doesn't get taken advantage of by anyone in the future, but she really, to me, strikes me as the most likely kind of person to be preyed upon by abusers when they are looking for someone with low self-esteem. I hope that her friend/mother-in-law can be an empowering and emotionally uplifting kind of person in her life that gets her out of this, that helps her out with her PPD if that does happen, and doesn't see a new partner as a threatening piece of competition that's looking to oust Grandma's place in OP and the grandchild's life. I hope that OP gleams some insight and knowledge from the comments and all the support that she has received on these posts, and that if she ever does come back with another update, it's nothing but positive and good news. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update, OP. Good luck. My boyfriend secretly invited his parents to move into our house without telling me. So I have been with my boyfriend for 4 years, living together for almost 2. We bought a house together last year. We had a lot of talks beforehand about boundaries, financial planning, and how important it was for the both of us to feel like this was our space. Last week, boyfriend casually mentioned that his parents might stay with us for a while. I assumed he meant a week or 2, maybe up to a month. Fine. They live out of state, and I know they've been struggling financially, so I didn't think too much of it. Well, I found out yesterday, from mother-in-law, not even from boyfriend, that the plan isn't just a visit. Boyfriend apparently told them that they could move in with us indefinitely, as in they've already sold their place and are arriving next weekend with a moving truck. I was stunned. I confronted boyfriend immediately, and he acted like it wasn't a big deal. He said, "They are my parents, of course they have a place here." When I told him that a permanent arrangement was never discussed and that I didn't consent to it, he got defensive. He said I was being cold and ungrateful. and accused me of hating his family. For some context, I don't hate his parents. Mother-in-law and father-in-law are fine in small doses, but they are very traditional and openly critical of me not being wife material. We are not married, and I have no plans to quit my career. Mother-in-law has made comments about how she'd love to help raise the kids. We don't want children right now. Father-in-law is the kind of guy who thinks women belong in the kitchen, so the idea of them living with us full-time is challenging. I feel completely betrayed. Boyfriend made a massive, life-altering decision without my input, one that directly impacts our home. He keeps brushing it off like I'm overreacting. I don't even know how to come back from this. How should we deal with this? In the comments, Echo Sire says, "It's a real shame you aren't married. It would make the legalities for selling the house cleaner. There is nothing to fix here, OP. This is not a betrayal that you can fix. You don't need to fix him or try to get over this. You should not. Get a lawyer. The parents aren't in your house yet? Great. Get a lawyer before they move in. Your relationship should be over. This man does not respect and care about you. I'm sorry to be blunt, but there is no we to deal with this. There is only you and whether or not you're going to lay down like a doormat and pay for their house. This is the answer. Lawyer, house sale, break up. He used her money to buy his parents a house. The last line is so important, and I hope OP reads it. Also, how does a traditional man like the boyfriend's father justify not being able to put a roof over his wife's head anymore? Things happen, and it's understandable that so many are facing such hard times financially, but it's not understandable to talk about the roles of women when, as the man, you should be able to provide for your household. Someone who believes in traditional gender roles would believe that, right? This is posted in relationship advice, so my advice is you don't have a relationship. This is a crazy, life-altering decision that your boyfriend can't respect you enough to include in said decision. Even more insulting, you are now being brushed off as too dramatic. If this was me, I wouldn't be wasting time on Reddit. I'd be speaking to my lawyer. Boyfriend needs to buy you out, or mummy and daddy can. This is not a situation where you're going to win. This will be the rest of your life. He'll make decisions without consulting you, and it'll only get worse. Protect your investment in a house and use it to break free into your own place. I wish you all the best. Just to add, I'm usually a talk it out and see if things can be worked on type of person, but this doesn't seem like he'll have a conversation. He sees nothing wrong with what he's done, and there is no arguing with stupid. OP says, "You're right. I've tried talking calmly, but he just doubles down and refuses to see my side. I've already started speaking with a lawyer about different options. I can't believe he won't even have a conversation with you. Did he really expect his parents to show up and move in, and you would just accept it? Is he insane?" OP says, "I know, right? When I asked him how he thought that I'd be okay with it, he said he didn't think that he had to ask since he would do the same for my parents. 1, my parents are doing well, financially and health, and 2, even if it were necessary, I would still ask my partner as it changes the entire home situation." I feel like that excuse gets brought up all the time. They'd be like, well, I think it's okay for me to do this insane, irrational thing, because obviously I'd be okay with you doing that to me if the shoe were on the other foot. Therefore, I don't think we need to have a conversation about it. And in fact, now that we're having the conversation about it, I'm not gonna listen to you because I made all of the decisions before this and I covered every hypothetical, so why are you even wasting your breath talking to me about this? That to me sounds like his logic and his mentality going into this situation, and I don't blame OP for being upset and for coming to a neutral third party for solutions about this one, because OP has tried talking calmly. But yes, he just doubles down. He refuses to listen to OP. What other options do you have when your husband forces something like this on you? Your partner that you are married to forces something like this on you, refuses to allow you to be a part of something that should not be a unilateral decision when we all know marriages are 2 yes, 1 no, especially for things like this. I don't blame OP for considering lawyers. I don't blame OP for thinking about divorcing him after something like this. This is just madness. And now, onto the update. First, thank you to everyone who commented and offered support. Reading your messages really helped me feel seen and validated during all of this. Sorry it took me so long to post an update. Everything got tied up with lawyers and paperwork, and I wanted it settled before sharing. My ex ended up buying me out of the house. Best decision I've ever made. I walked away, had a fresh start, and no dead weight attached to me. I got my own place. I got lucky with a very small apartment, left all of the furniture behind as most was his anyway, focused on work, and honestly, my life has been calm, stable, and better than it's ever been. Meanwhile, he got exactly what he thought he wanted. The house with his parents in it. And it's been an absolute train wreck. They moved in permanently, and within days, it was obvious they see him less as a son and more as their live-in caretaker. They expect him to cover all the bills, cook, clean, and drop everything for them. They nitpick every little thing, criticize how he runs the house, and reminds him daily that he owes them for everything they ever did for him. He's working longer hours just to keep up financially, and the house that was supposed to be his pride and joy has basically become their space, not his. He has no privacy, no downtime, and no control. From what mutual friends have told me, he's burned out, bitter, and constantly snapping at everyone around him. When I confronted him about why he didn't tell me about their move-in, he said, "If I told you, you would have said no, and I couldn't let them down." That line still blows my mind. He admitted point blank that my opinion never mattered. He saw me as a roadblock, not a partner. So yeah, I dodged a bullet. He chained himself to the exact life that I refused to accept, and now he's drowning in it. I got out clean, and I don't regret a thing. So I guess life's going pretty well. In the comments, Pick a Switch says, "Ain't that the best, when a relationship ends and you know with absolute certainty that they regret it?" He reaped exactly what he sowed. His unforgivable crime was having parents like that. Now he's in a prison for the rest of their lives. That is karma. Sad one for him, but it kind of feels like this situation was all but inevitable if he was going to go in and being like, well, I couldn't listen to you because, yeah, you were a roadblock. And I can't let my parents down. My parents are actually more important than you, so I couldn't let you say no and stop this from happening. Well, okay, enjoy your lonely life with your parents then. It's good to know that that's how you felt about me this whole time. Sorry that happened to you, OP, but it's good that it happened now, rather than if you were ever to be shacked up with kids with him. No thanks. Our next post is by user Strong Succotash, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole here for not wanting to help my sister with her abusive relationship this time?" So I'm 28, and my sister is 26. We were both raised in America, but our parents are immigrants, and they left the country 9 years ago after my sister graduated high school to retire in our home country. My sister has a boyfriend who I will call Jared. Jared was very abusive to her and used to beat her, etc. My sister did not want to leave him. She was 19 at the time, and it was tough, but I got her out of there, and we filed a restraining order against him. She was 21 when it happened. I do not think she is a stable person, and never thought so growing up, and she's not a good relationship partner. Not that she deserved Jared at that point in time. I genuinely think my parents gave her the princess treatment and spoiled her. She expects every partner to put her on a pedestal, and she can do no wrong. Anyway, when she was 22, she wanted to date my best friend Mark. I told her to leave him alone and told Mark he could do better, to be perfectly honest, but she pestered him, and me. And Mark said that since I'm his homie, my sister can't be that bad and that I just might be biased. I warned the dude, but Mark and my sister got together and were in a relationship for 18 months. She cheated on Mark and went back to Jared. Her excuse for cheating attacked some physical insecurities that Mark had. I was very disappointed and told her that if she went to the guy that beat her, I would never help her again, because getting her out of that situation was hell, and she cheated on a perfectly good guy and broke him in the process. I told her she can break up with Mark, whatever. I think it was a mistake, and she did it in a terrible way, but she cannot have a relationship with me if she wants to be with a dude that literally abused her. She chose Jared because he changed. I cut her off entirely. Mark is a homie, and he turned to alcoholism, but therapy got him out of it. It's been 2 years, and Mark still struggles with insecurity. He's never once held it against me though, and encouraged me not to let go of a family bond for his sake, but I made the choice. I see the dude, my homie who took care of my dad when I wasn't there by his side for a surgery recovery, a man who I consider a brother, struggle to this day because of her. He's not been on a single date because of the way that she attacked his insecurities and cheated on him. It makes me seethe when I think about the way that she treated him. The worst part is, he did everything right. He remembered all the anniversaries, he got her gifts, cooked for her, and paid the bills, while she did nothing. He planned to have a family with her. She threw it all away like dropping a glass vase and left him shattered. I am forever grateful that he didn't judge me for her actions, because if a woman treated me that way, I don't know if I could ever look at anyone related to her in the eye again. Anyway, around last week, lo and behold, Jared was being abusive to her, and my parents called me and begged me to help her. She has nowhere to go, and she should crash at my house. I said no, hung up, and haven't picked up my parents' phone calls since then. Today, my sister showed up at my fucking workplace. She had a black eye, bruises everywhere, cuts, etc. It was a horrible sight to behold, to be honest. I almost felt like throwing up seeing her like that. She then made a scene, begging me to take her home to my house. I looked like an asshole to everybody at my workplace. She was begging me not to abandon her and that you're the only family in this country that she has. I took her outside and tried to calm her down, but ultimately, I told her she's not staying with me. She started making a scene, falling to the ground and clasping my leg. I kinda lost it and started angry crying here, in the parking lot where people could see me from work. I told her to fuck off and that I would call the cops on her and ask the building to get her trespassed. I don't know if I could, I was bluffing here. I just left her there, and I turned around. She walked away on her own, and I don't know where she went, after 10 to 15 minutes. It was an awkward-ass situation that she put me in, and I had to explain at work. They all think that I'm the asshole for not helping her out, but my boss knows my situation. My boss is Mark's cousin, and he was the connection that got me the job. Of course, I'm the asshole to people at work and to people in my family. My parents want to remove me from the will for leaving her bruised and not helping her in a parking lot. Cool. They can go ahead and do that. It's not like I need anything from them anyway. My female cousin thinks that I'm a monster. My other cousin, a dude who lives in Canada, is preparing to come down here to help her, but he's not in Canada right now. The earliest she can get help from him is in a week from now. My mum and dad are recovering from something and are under strict orders not to travel, but they want to break that and travel anyway. We will see. Anyway, my cousin, he called me a few minutes ago and blasted me for being a piece of shit and said that I can't let my sister suffer like this. None of these fuckers know what I've been through. I have TMJ from getting my jaw decked by Jared. I can't fix it with Botox, I need invasive surgery if it gets worse. He showed up to my previous place of employment when I took my sister in the first time and made a scene that isolated me socially. I risked everything I had to threaten him with a weapon once. If he called the cops on me, I could have jeopardized my career with something. She ruined my best friend, after I begged her not to go after that guy. And after all of it, she still chose him. Fuck me and everything I did for her, I guess. I was 23 years old. I was scared too. Jared is 2 years older than me. My parents pissed off and let me handle everything, just occasionally visiting her. I don't consider her family anymore. I don't want to help her. I don't know what to do. I don't understand how my family or anyone can think that I'm in the wrong here, and it may seem brutal, but after everything, she can sleep in the bed that she made. I know it's not right, but I feel like she's brought this on herself. Just because I'm her older brother, I'm tired of being expected to deal with a literal fucking criminal. So, I know I'm coming on here for validation and would appreciate validation, but I think I just need to know it straight. Am I in the wrong here? In the comments, it really sucks, but you have to look out for yourself. One thing I learned in therapy is you cannot be someone else's life raft. You just end up drowning with them. She made a stupid decision to get back with him despite you telling her the consequences. She has to live with that. He might kill her, but there's no guarantee that he won't kill you too. Should you choose to intervene again, I would wash my hands of it, and maybe I'm a total asshole, but I could live with it if she got herself killed. I wouldn't feel like she deserved it, because no one deserves to be a domestic violence victim. But I'm also not collateral damage for someone else making dangerous and shitty choices. I would honestly block all of the relatives that say that you should help her. Tell them to go help her or shut up. Not the asshole. Big Confidence says, not the asshole, and I say it as a victim of abuse. I say it as a daughter of a woman who was horribly abused. You trying to help her won't do shit. You will only risk your own well-being. I'm done with Reddit crying and saying that you should put your own ass at risk again. I would never let my brother be at risk of my abuser. Don't you dare take this dumpster fire back in again. Screw Mark. It's about your own safety. Amen. I'm also an abuse survivor, and I would never try putting others in danger to get out. I used to volunteer for an organization that helps abuse victims, and has to quit because I just couldn't take it anymore. Reddit is all screw around and find out, don't light yourself on fire to keep others warm, etc. But when someone refuses to help, they're all surprised Pikachu face like, why didn't you help them? Therapy taught me that you have to want to get out, and to help yourself. You can't expect others to save you. No, I agree with that. OP already did everything for his sister before this happened. And I understand that there is going to be a lot of people out there that think they have to help their sister out no matter what, no matter how much danger their sister has put them in. At the end of the day, your sister is your sister and you have to help her. I respect that viewpoint. I see where you're coming from. I agree with that as well. But in my point of view, I don't think OP is the arsehole here for not wanting to help his sister out. She knows what this man is capable of, yet she chose to put herself in harm's way anyway, and do it in the most messed up way possible. By cheating on a good man who she was going well with, and destroying him by pointing out his insecurities and saying that he wasn't enough. She already put OP in harm's way and got his jaw broken by the sounds of it, to live now with TMJ, which I've had myself. I know how bad that is. I can empathize with OP. I feel his pain. She did this to herself. She only has herself to blame, and it's not on OP to pick her up. OP would only be risking his life if he were to intervene, and she has shown that she can't be trusted. OP could very well die, and even then I imagine she would go back to him in the future. So no, everyone else in the family can go help OP's sister out if they want to. Doesn't sound like they are. And it's just easier to blame OP, who is there, who has the capacity to help, but they have no empathy for him and what he's been through as a result of her choices. So no, not the asshole. And now, onto the update. So the events in the previous post occurred 2 to 3-ish days ago, and some stuff has happened since then, and since I posted it as well. First of all, thank you to the people who understood what it was like and told me that I shouldn't have to clean up after another adult. That was so validating to hear. I know the tide changed a bit after, but I'm putting myself first for the first time in my life. For some clarification, just because Mark's cousin is my boss doesn't mean that I can slack. Mark's cousin connection helped me land a stage 1 interview. I had to go through 3 to 4 rounds of interview process like every other applicant. It's just that the company usually hires internally for my position, but I was able to come in externally because of Mark's cousin. I only got the job after the guy that they initially hired jumped ship for a better job at another company. I don't know why people assumed that I can skate by at my job. Plus, Mark and his cousin are not tight, and his cousin is straight-laced and direct to the point. So after the fiasco at my workplace, where I got to make a living, I'm chill with the security guards. As per my boss's suggestion, I handed the photos of my sister and her description to building security so that they can make sure that I don't get harassed next time, and they can threaten legal action and trespassing if she doesn't heed the warnings of not crossing into private property. I live in a gated apartment community, so I followed through with the same thing with the leasing and security office for them. Sure enough, the next day, she tried showing up to my apartment complex and using my code to scan in. I gave my code to my parents just in case they visit. They must have leaked it to her. She was escorted away, but she must have thought that she could have just waited at the door. Unfortunately, it was hard to hear, but she was kicking and screaming and begging them to call her brother and that I still love her for sure. Oh man, it fucking hurt to hear. It did a number on me. Suffice to say, this blew up even more in the family group chat. You got security to chase away your sister, etc.? I'm legit getting threats. My mother sent me a long-ass text about how she should have aborted me or prayed for a fucking miscarriage. One minute they're angry that I'm ignoring their calls, the next minute I deserve to have never been born, and somehow I'm the bad guy still, by the way. Anyway, Mark didn't know about any of this. She showed up to his workplace the same day that she came to my apartment. Mark was respectful, but said he couldn't help her due to his mental health. He said he would try to talk to me, and yeah. He talked to me and told me that if I'm punishing her for what she did to him, that it's not needed, and I should just help my sister out. I kinda broke down and cried. Yeah, I know. And I told him that it's not just me putting myself first. I'm tired of having to be the one to clean up after her mess, always. And he understood. As for my cousin who was supposed to come to help her, lo and behold, guess who suddenly got some work when he realized he would have to provide financial support or a place for her to stay. That's right, the guy who criticized me for not helping family has ghosted the family. My dad is not able to visit due to some reasons, and my mum, unknown to me, I guess they never wanted to mention it, is actually immobilized in her leg from a partial stroke or something. I don't know what it is, I just know that it's something. She can't come because she can't move, and she can't afford to miss PT sessions. Had to find out through a second cousin who also called to berate me. So it's hinging on my dad now, who is also old and is unable to travel because of some paperwork issue or something. Once again, I'm not being kept in the loop here. I feel horrible about all of this. I hate Jared, and I hope he's brought to justice, but I'm in line for a promotion at work. I may be able to get my dream role. I'm putting in extra hours. I can't afford to throw away my life or endanger everything that I built for her again. Because even if I threw everything away to help her, I can live with it if she's fine, but she may just go back to that fuck again. I'm putting myself first. My friends have been shocked, but supportive. Only they get me since they saw the initial nuclear fallout that I had to deal with. When, because it's not an if anymore, my family cuts me off, then so be it. I'm okay without them. They've done nothing but make me a scapegoat for all of their issues. Beyond this too, their entire life. I hate those parasites. Anyway, thanks for letting me vent, guys, and I'm sorry for not having a more positive update. Hopefully my last update on the situation, I just want to live my life and focus on myself. In the comments, Fading Honor says, "You're doing the right thing. She's an adult and she made her bed, she can sleep in it. You are not obligated to help anyone clean up a mess they got themselves into, family or not. And you're right. What's the point of endangering everything that you've worked to build for her if there is a chance that she's gonna run it back into Jared's arms? She had a chance for a healthy relationship with Mark, but it seems like that's not the dynamic that she prefers. Keep your friends close, bro. Remember, family's not blood. It's the people that you choose. They are your chosen family. They'll be there for you thick and thin. Don't consider the people that you share blood with anything more than that. Just people that you happen to share blood with. Disgusting comments your mother made. I'm happy you're here, bro. And your friends are too. Fuck the rest. Hope you get that promotion and live your best life and put this behind you. She can take care of herself, and if anyone tries to condemn your actions, they can feel free to step up. Jared deserves to be punished, but it's not your obligation to do that. OP says, thanks bro, I appreciate it. And now for the latest update. I'm a bit numb. I didn't think I would make another update, but things have happened. On Sunday, all I know is, or heard from family, was that my sister went back to Jared and worked things out and didn't need help. Oh, so surprising though. Who saw this coming? I'm shocked, I tell thee, shocked. Last night, Jared's sister, who is also my sister's BFF, I put it in quotes because no real BFF would allow their friend to stay with an abusive partner, even if it's their brother, showed up randomly. She was cordial and said things have changed and that my sister sent her. Long story short, unknown to my family and I, Jared had been cheating on my sister repeatedly. And yeah, what a shock. Totally out of character. She was disappointed and he denied it. She had the smart idea that getting off birth control, lying to Jared, and baby trapping him would fix their relationship. Wow. Amazing thought process, that one. The reason she was trying to get away from Jared and didn't want the police involved was that she wanted to tell him in a safe space and go back after he calmed down. He was beating her because he didn't know why she was trying to leave. Well, she ended up telling him on Sunday in the presence of Jared's sister, and he surprisingly didn't get mad and hugged her and said, "It doesn't matter, I've always wanted a family," and promised to change for their little miracle. My sister also sent a letter with Jared's sister confirming everything. She wants me to be their little miracle's godfather. A letter from Jared too, apologizing for the past and to forgive the dad of my nephew or niece and be one family with them. This deadbeat thinks I'll hand over cash, I suspect. I sent Jared's sister out in a nice and respectful manner and told her that I would contact my sister when I felt like it. I sat down to process this news and called my family after unblocking them. 2-hour conversation with my dad, and the biggest worry for him was something along these lines. That kid will be slur for an illegitimate child if it's born like this and taint our bloodline. I'm coming over and getting them married so that we don't have to dishonor our lineage. Jesus Christ. No mention that she's having a kid with an abusive piece of shit, and she doesn't work, and Jared can't hold down a job. When I mentioned that, he said, "It's okay, I can send money. Whatever happened, too late now. Help me fix it instead of being pessimistic." Of course, they'll pay for their angel and their angel's grandkid. I am totally numb. I feel like the only sane person. Apparently Jared said, "I hope she's a daughter who looks like her mum," and it made my sister swoon. I'm fucking in shock. These assholes are bringing life into the world like it's nothing. I'm not a religious person, but I do consider the act of bringing life into the world as sacred and not something done so callously. My sister's inability to protect herself was one thing, but knowingly bringing in a kid to be raised in that toxic environment? I have lost all respect for her. It's insane. And my family doesn't give a shit. They don't care if their grandkid is abused, as long as that grandkid is legitimate. What the actual fuck is wrong with these people, man? I told my friends, Mark and the others. I took off work today to sit down and process this shit. It's one thing when she makes mistakes and I get dragged into it. She is not understanding that her craziness is going to impact an innocent child that didn't ask to be born into this shit. I'm so goddamn clueless, I don't know what to do. When I told my folks, they said, well, she doesn't want to abort it or anything. Are you willing to take care of your niece or nephew? No, man, I don't want to take care of this kid because I've got my own life. But I also don't think that bars me from criticizing her choices. What the actual hell? They can't raise their kid either because they're a bunch of old fucks. I'm just wanting to get this off my chest. I know I cussed a lot, I apologize. I'm dealing with the fact that this reality is presenting me a nephew/niece who's going to be born to grandparents that value the kid's legitimacy over the kid's life. A mum that's obsessed with its dad, an abusive deadbeat dad, and an uncle that doesn't know how to, and probably might not be able to, help. Especially if I move for work, and the fact that I've never wanted kids to begin with. In the comments, Coco Almonds Rock says, "Stay away from the whole mess. You can't fix it. You can't help someone who is purposely making awful choices. Just go no contact with everyone to save yourself the heartache. It gets worse from here, but at no point will it be your responsibility." OP says, "I am determined to cut my family off, but my heart aches for her future kid. Poor kid didn't ask to be born into this clusterfuck, man. I hate her so much for bringing a kid into this mess that she got herself into. This is so messed up. She literally told me about how whenever Jared babysits his older brother's kids, he plays rough with them. I'm worried about the kid. My parents, her and Jared, can all piss off." Roadkill for Snacks replies, "If you stay, you enable them and their toxic behavior. They need to stew in their juices before the corrective feedback of consequences occur. By walking away and focusing on your own success, you can indirectly role model a different way of life." OP, I say this as gently as possible, and I think you already know this, but your sister doesn't want help. You will never get her away from him because she doesn't want to. Best course of action is just to slowly pull away. Sorry this happened. Am I the asshole for arranging another playdate with a mum that my mother-in-law thinks pays too much attention to my son? The title is a bit misleading, but that's essentially what happened. I'm also not sure our ages matter, but I'm 44 female. My daughter, 6, has a sweet friend, a boy that we will call Luke. Luke has 2 older siblings, but they are not relevant to the story really. I also have 2 more kids, an 11-year-old son and a 2-year-old son with Down syndrome named JP. We had a playdate a few weeks ago at our home with just Luke and his mum, Katie. Unsure exactly how old she is, but I know that she's in her 20s. Well, obviously JP couldn't just go play with the other kids. He cannot walk, he cannot talk. So he was with me and Katie in the living room. While my 2 older kids and Luke were playing, Katie and I were talking. And while JP can't talk, he makes noises, grunts, etc. Whenever he would do this, Katie would sort of make up something that he said and say it for him. Like, for an example, I was talking about JP and said he gets chatty in the middle of the night, and JP started grunting, and Katie looked at him and said, No, don't worry, I don't believe her anyway. Which I laughed about. It was funny. My mother-in-law stopped by to grab something and stayed to chat for a bit. She noticed that Katie interacted a lot with JP. She asked Katie who she knew that had Down syndrome, I guess assuming that she knew someone, and Katie told her that she actually didn't know anyone aside from a little boy that she went to church with as a child. My mother-in-law seemed put off by this and leaves immediately. The next day, she came back over and asked my daughter if she had fun playing with her friend. My daughter says yes, she loves playing with Luke. My daughter runs off to play, and my mother-in-law looks at me and says, "Well, at least she got to do it once, and you know not to have them over again." I stared at her, wondering why, so I asked her what she meant. She said Katie was too obsessed with talking to JP for someone who has no experience with Down syndrome children. I was thrown by this because to me, it was refreshing. Most people forget that JP is there, pretend he isn't, or focus on what's wrong with him. Katie treated him like he was any other 2-year-old, and so did her son, although he was a bit more confused as to why JP wasn't speaking, but he never said anything about it, which leads me to believe that Katie has made sure to teach her kids not to point out other kids' differences. My husband is away for work for a while, and my mother-in-law has been my support while he's been gone. And she essentially told me that she's not willing to keep helping if I have another playdate with Katie and her kids. Which is a problem, because they're supposed to come over again in a few days. They've come here both times because it's easier for me and JP. My mother-in-law thinks that I'm exploiting my son to make a friend. I don't think so, but I do want to become friends with Katie, but I don't think she was too interested in JP. In the comments, not the arsehole. It sounds like your mother-in-law resents the baby for his condition. Clearly seeing him being treated as normal stirred up some uncomfortable feelings for her. Maybe because she wishes that he were normal, and/or because your friend is so much better at interacting with the baby than she is. I assume that it highlights her own failures. 2 points of concern here. First, she's abusing her status as caregiver to exert control over you and your parenting choices and social choices. You are the parent, not her. You make the decisions about who your kids have playdates with. Second, it's a little worrisome that she might be feeling this resentment towards your baby. How does the baby act around her? If he seems fearful of her, I would definitely stop letting her watch over him. OP says, JP doesn't act fearful of her, and she's never said anything to suggest to me that she resents him, but I think I'll ask my oldest son tomorrow if he's heard her say anything or interact differently with JP when she's babysitting. She also thinks it's weird for me to want to be friends with a mum so much younger than me, even though Katie's oldest is the same age as mine, and her youngest is the same age as my daughter. The only kids without a common age are JP and Katie's middle child. Someone else says, you're in a tough situation, because you were dependent on your mother-in-law's help, but she's completely wrong. Katie's interaction with JP is refreshing and heartwarming. Too often, people feel that they don't know how to interact with special needs children, so they shun them completely. To have another adult interact with him naturally and in a friendly manner is really good for him. You don't have to worry about Katie, and you are certainly not exploiting JP to make friends with her. On the contrary, having her as your friend will be good for JP as well as for you. And OP says, thank you. I truly don't have friends outside my husband's family. Not because of control issues. My family lives in another state and I can't see them much. And making friends is hard when my time is taken up with my kids' activities and JP's therapies. And I can't just take JP anywhere whenever I want. It's hard sometimes. It gets lonely. And adding on top of it the I'm sorries that I get all the time, and the I don't know how you do it, and I couldn't handle that. And my favorite one, that must be so hard for your other kids to not have as much attention. That leads to me feeling guilty for days afterwards. It was nice to meet a mum who was willing to come to our home for our comfort, and also didn't say all the things that make me feel like I'm uncomfortable spending more time with them. I just didn't want to think I was exploiting JP to make friends with someone that I enjoyed being around. Not the arsehole. Your mother-in-law seems way too sensitive. I think Katie is trying to connect to your son and show him attention. I think it's actually very kind of her. Maybe you can go to her house next time or meet her at a park with a playground. Also, your husband needs to tell his mum that it's not her place at all to decide who you and your children make as friends. I'm sure mother-in-law already knows how polarizing OP's experience with having a Down syndrome child is and how that affects her. So I find it incredibly harsh and really rude that she would say this and be like, you know what, I'm going to withhold support if you invite them over again for a playdate, because I feel like you're using them. I don't know why she wouldn't just take OP at OP's word when she tells mother-in-law that no, in fact this is a genuine friendship and your projection over the situation doesn't change that. You projecting your insecurities on this and then using them against me is actually really fucked up. This just tells me that OP's mother-in-law doesn't like OP that much if she's not willing to accept that OP's word is reality, and that OP is not, in fact, using her child in order to, I don't know, guilt other people into having a friendship with her. That's just really weird that mother-in-law would do that. No, not the arsehole. And now, on to the update. So it's been a year. Luke and my daughter are in the same class again this year and are thrilled. We did have the second and many other playdates with Katie and Luke, and also Katie's other two kiddos. All three of Katie's kids are nothing but kind to JP, and every one of them takes time out of whatever they're doing to come hang out with JP every time. Her oldest son specifically can get JP going really good. He also, he's 13, will carry JP around and push him on the swings, with my permission. Added to add, it was with my permission at first. But now he just takes his little buddy JP and heads right on out. JP and Katie's oldest have this bond that I can't describe. JP lights up when he sees his big buddy. When my mother-in-law found out that I was having the second playdate, she was really mad. And she did in fact stop helping me out with the kids while my husband was gone. My husband was mad about this. Her actions, not mine, and hasn't spoken to her since. She consistently has reached out to see if we need help with the kids in any way. It brings me great satisfaction to say that both mine and my husband's response has been, "No, you don't need to help us. Katie is helping us." Because while I was so over-worried about if I was exploiting JP to make a friend, I felt like I needed to tell Katie that I didn't need her help. Until I really did. And when I did, she showed up and she showed out. And there hasn't been a day since that Katie and I don't talk on the phone or text more than just, "Oh, let's hang out here and there at this time for the kids." Katie is my friend. And not only is she my friend, she loves my kiddos with her whole heart, and I love hers. And before anyone asks, yes, I have kept Katie's kids for her also. They are so well behaved and respectful, it is such an easy yes. Thank you to everyone for your advice and kind words on the original post. My family might have lost my mother-in-law, but we got a Katie, and that's worth a whole lot. In the comments, shut up. Her 13-year-old grabs your son and basically says, "I'm the captain now," and your little man loves it. Fine, I'll cry over a Reddit update today. OP says, "I'm sorry." And yeah, he really does. He shows up and JP gets so excited, and then my child just gets carted away wherever we are for hours sometimes. Her son carried JP around the zoo for 4 hours one day and refused to put him back in the stroller or let one of us hold him instead because the stroller can't get close enough like we can, and he can see better if I hold him. He's definitely the sweetest and most empathetic 13-year-old I've ever met in my life, and you can tell it's not forced either. Her son gets excited to see JP too. It's so sweet, and I'm so glad that we get that. It makes me cry too if I think about it too hard, because I can't believe it just fell into our laps because my daughter made a friend at school. Someone else says, "I think it's fantastic for both boys to have their bond. I have experience with special needs children and know that this bond is important not just because he feels loved and valued, but has a friend. Every 2-year-old thrives on having friends, and his is also a role model and mentor. It's good for the 13-year-old to be able to act on his desire to care for JP and to feel the love and value he gets from JP. Their relationship is heartwarming. The fact Katie connected with JP right away is also fantastic, and if your mother-in-law doesn't see it, then she doesn't want to, she's ignoring it, or making up reasons to think that it's bad." OP replies, "Katie's oldest is one of 2 kids handpicked and approved by the SPED teacher in the whole school to accompany the SPED kids on field trips and hang out with them and help with getting their lunch, help with their physical activities like books, or anything like that. Just basically hanging out with them and being their buddy because oftentimes they have none, and helping them in any way possible. He was chosen without any knowledge of JP. You don't get to apply for it. The The teacher observes all the kids in the school casually, and when a replacement is needed because a kiddo leaves middle school, he comes to you and your parents and asks if you are willing. And they are picky, as they should be. They had no idea when they asked him about his experience with JP. He just stands out that much that they wanted him involved. That sweet boy has the chance to help a whole lot of people in his life, and I truly believe that he will. And honestly, I feel honored that JP was his first, and according to him, favorite little buddy. Someone else says, "Oh my god, OP, I just woke up and your post and comments are making me cry in bed." OP says, "Would it help you laugh instead if I told you that part of his reasoning I didn't include was that me and Katie are both way too old to carry JP for that long? I'm 45, his mum is 30. One of us was greatly offended by his statement, and it wasn't me." Someone else says, "I have a Katie in my life, and they are worth their weight in gold." OP says, "Truly she is. We love her, her husband, who hasn't come up just because it's not relevant in what I'm talking about, but he and my husband have become very good friends also, and their kids. I'm so glad that you have a Katie also. I wish everyone did." Oh no! Her new friend and her family treat her son with respect and genuinely like spending time with them? I suspect mother-in-law thought she deserved a medal for helping, and if someone else just shows up and is fine with the kid, then it takes away her. Great sacrifice. She's definitely mad that she can't be the grand martyr anymore. Yeah, look, she's a piece of shit for not just swallowing her pride and accepting the situation for what it is and helping out regardless. The fact that she put her own personal beliefs above the well-being of the grandchildren? Yikes. Yikes on bikes. Maybe it's best that she's not around those children and is not forcing her worldview on them slowly but surely over time, because I can't imagine that would go too well. I can't imagine that the children would like her very much if the grand martyr here were to be spewing poison in their ears. It's amazing that OP did the right thing here, stayed in contact and kept those friends around, because this situation is such an amazing positive compared to what it could have been had she listened to mother-in-law.